I know you can't see it, and that's probably for the best, but I have your Rocky shorts on.
Nice.
How's Nashville, Javier? Great city. Hmm. Yeah, it's 4:58 where you're at.
I don't know why you're up this early, Javier. That's on you.
My family is trying to plan our semi-annual Lions away game trip this year. We got 4 options. I would love to hear which one you think we should do. It's let me look at the Buffalo, Arizona, Miami, Atlanta.
I wouldn't do Miami or Arizona personally, but it depends on what time of year it is. So I don't know when their schedule is, but
Well, that's the thing. Atlanta and Buffalo are drivable. Miami and Arizona would be flights for sure. We just want to see a win. We're 0-5 on the on the road. My family is.
well, then don't go to Buffalo.
Me and my brother Brock, we instantly ruled that one out. We're like, the only one I'm out on is Buffalo.
It's a Thursday night too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Buffalo game's a Thursday.
Yep. All the rest are 1 o'clock kicks. Well, Arizona's 4:25 because it's out there. 4:25 Eastern. Morning, everybody.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us on this Thursday morning. We are closing in. You can see the finish line from here, football fans, as the magic numbers are getting smaller and smaller by the day. We are a mere 16 days from the start of the college football season, 27 days away from the beginning of the National Football League season. I bring in Trent Bally, who's sitting in the co-pilot chair today. Good morning, Trent. How are you, sir?
Great morning, Mark. Always fun to be doing this with you. And I'm fired up for today because you're right. We got a lot of football to talk about, and we've got some good guests on the docket today. So let's get right into it, man.
Well, last night, or yesterday, baseball continued. It is amazing how just 3 days, a series can change your thoughts on what goes on in baseball, because the Rays doing things that, well, they hadn't done in a long time. It's the second 9-0 West Coast trip in Major League Baseball history. The Rays sweep Colorado, Seattle, and the Athletics. The Red Sox did it in 1977, the only teams to go 9-0 out west. The Rays, the third team since the beginning of the 20th century, Trent, that's 1900 for you, to go 9-0 on any trip, and it matches the longest road winning streak in the history of the franchise. So I don't care who you play. I don't care what you do, but to go out west in baseball and to have 3 consecutive sweeps, the Rays, look at my only worry here, and they will obviously lose some games, but we just watched Boston go on a tear for quite a while. What have the Red Sox done lately? Well, they've lost 5 in a row. And my only worry, and I was feeling that way, and I don't know if I said it enough, was the Red Sox, did they peak too early? Now, they've got time to get off this schneid and have another run. The good news for the Red Sox is, despite losing 5 games in a row, the American League is so bad, they're still 4.5 up over Texas for the final wild card. The Rays have built their lead in the division to now 6 games, and the Yankees have been playing better. A couple of wins over here over Seattle, beating up on the Mariners, who are just after a great year a year ago. The Mariners have lost 6 in a row, and they are falling far out of even the wild card race in the American League. But Tampa Bay, 9 in a row on the road. They bring in Hicks here from Miami, and he has had timely hits. He has been big for them. I've said it a million times. Junior Caminero is a star. He is a young, budding star. And since we are 27 days away from the start of the National Football season, we'll get into the 27s. But I have a buddy, we were talking the other day about Junior, and he's like, he reminds me of Vlad Guerrero Sr., the way he hits the ball. Not Vlad Jr., the old man, the way he's able to golf balls out. And, I'm not one that remembers every swing from back in the day, but I think that's pretty high praise of anyone. And Junior Caminero, a young budding star, this team able to get hits up and down the lineup and in timely hitting. The defense is great. The pitching we know is solid. Are there holes on this team? Yeah. Sometimes they do lack punch at the plate, but that's been better of late. The defense has been terrific. Guys, yesterday or 2 days ago, Taylor Walls getting a pair of home runs. Hadn't had a home run all season. Hits 2 in a game. So Tampa Bay, with this little run, now a 6-game cushion over the Yankees. And just like that, with the Brewers losing, do you know who has the best record in baseball? It's the Tampa Bay Rays. That's something I don't think anybody would have been putting large sums of money on when the season started.
Do you think it's their AL to lose? Because we know in the NL that it's the Dodgers, and we understand where that's coming from, and even the Brewers at that. But I believe I'm at that point, Mark. If they can keep hitting the ball like this and scoring runs like this, more importantly, I think the AL is the Rays to lose. I'm at that point.
I don't. I still think it's the Yankees when they get healthy. The Yankees are figuring out ways to score runs right now without Judge. First off, starting pitching, as much as I love the Rays, starting pitching when healthy, I believe the Yankees is better. I do.
I'd agree with that.
You've got Bellinger on the IL. You've got Giancarlo Stanton still on the IL. And obviously, you got this guy named Aaron Judge who's not playing right now. So
right.
I look at this team and I say, okay, with Max Fried, Cam Schlittler, Cole, and Rodon's still on the IL, that starting pitching is better than what Tampa has. I think their bullpen is slightly better than what Tampa has, although Tampa's bullpen and their closer's been terrific. He was in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a toss-up for me, but I got you.
But I mean, but you know, now they've got to get healthy, meaning the Yankees. If the Yankees aren't, you know, if for some reason, and Judge says he's coming back, if he doesn't come back, or if he comes back late and is not into form when the playoffs start, I still think it's wide open. But I really, you know, the Red Sox showed that they can play with both of these teams and they'll figure it out. But I would rank it I would rank it Yankees, Rays, Red Sox a distant third, and then everyone else. There's not one other team.
Off.
Oh, no, there's not. But there's not one other team I trust in the American League. The American League West, you've got Houston right now, who's 2 games over 500 leading the division. Texas is the last wild card. We're not even supposed to talk about them on this show because they're not even 500. I mean, you know, Chicago, they've kind of come back to earth. The good news for the White Sox is their division's such garbage, it doesn't matter. The Tigers and Twins are tied for second. They're 3.5 back. They're both 2 games below 500.
The American League is shockingly bad this year, and I guess that's kind of where my question spawns from is I think the Rays at this point, Mark, because you talk about peaking too early, I think they're peaking at the perfect time, right in mid-August. And if you look at it, you just spelled it out. Like, who else would be threatening that? It would be the Yankees, but the Yankees' injuries and whatnot. I think it's fair to say that it's the Rays to lose. If they lose it, so be it. But I think the AL right now is the Rays to lose.
Yeah, and I would take a bet with you right now, and I'd still take I'm rooting for the Rays, but I think that the Yankees are the best team. I do. When healthy, with that pitching, with Judge back in the lineup, when that happens, I'll put my money on them. I've got to see it in the postseason. Too many guys, you know, Baker's been great, but this is a guy who's never been in this position to close in the postseason. What happens?
Well, how about this? This is a fun question, and I think I know your answer, but AL East or the field? In the American League.
The AL
World
East,
Series.
I think they're the 3 best teams. I mean, they are by record. You know, when we pay attention, or David and I used to pay a lot of attention to run differential. I brought it up yesterday. The Tigers have the best run differential in the division. They have the second best run differential in the game. They're 2 games below 500. Yeah. So, you know, right now, if you look at the odds at the Hard Rock app, the Yankees are plus 275. The Rays are plus 350. The Red Sox are plus 550. And then the Astros are plus 700. The value bet, even though I don't think they'll do it, is the White Sox. They're plus 1,100. They've been leading the division all year.
Yeah.
But that's where it is for the pennant. And you know, to put it in perspective, by the way, the Dodgers are minus 115, just for what it's worth. And the Dodgers right now, you know, they've been playing, they swept Kansas City here, but prior to that, they were on the worst stretch they've had all year. They're still the second best team, tied with the Braves right now in the National League.
4-6 in their last 10, but the Dodgers, I think, are in that weird little gray area, Mark, where, I mean, I know they have 73 wins. I'm looking at it right now, but I'm just saying they just got to get in, and then they'll mow everyone down. At least that's how I see it. I think that's how most baseball fans see it.
You see them mowing everybody down. I mean, the Cubs have been playing great baseball since the All-Star break. The Braves are a solid team. The Brewers were there with them a year ago. I mean, there are 4 good teams in the National League. So when I say mow them down, I'm thinking you're saying they're going to, you know, win, you know, basically sweeps or lose a game. I don't know if right now the Dodgers have that. They're, on paper they do, but they've not been playing that well. They're clearly the favorite. That's why they're minus 115. But there are more good teams in the National League than there are the American League. I mean, even Phillies.
There's no doubt about that. No doubt.
The Phillies, you know, if I worry about a lot of things with the Phillies, that they're back in starting and the bats, but I still think when the Phillies are the 5th best team, and as well as the Padres who have been playing. The Padres just got done sweeping Milwaukee. So, you're right that the Dodgers are clearly the favorite, but the American League, I still think is, and by the odds, Vegas agrees that it's wide open. So baseball talk to start the show. It is the baseball hour after all, but historic times for the Tampa Bay Rays. 9 in a row, all out west, 6-game lead over the Yankees. Historic stuff from Tampa, and we'll see. A month and a half left in the season, and there was a time that I wondered if they were going to win the division. Now with 6 games, seems like they've got a good grasp on the AL East. Remember, they've got a series left each with the Yankees and the Red Sox before the end of the season. Miller and Moulton, terrific show, as Trent mentioned, lined up for you. David Bearman will join us. He is going to be a regular this football season. He will be a regular on Wednesdays. I dropped the ball yesterday and didn't get a hold of David. Good news was he said he had a horrible cold and couldn't get out of bed yesterday, so it worked out well. He's going to join us during the season on Wednesdays at 8:38. He will join us this morning at 7:38. Lion Great and announcer for the Lions, Lomas Brown, will join us at 8 o'clock. We'll talk a little Lions, a little Gators, and I want to get some stories out of Lomas. I want to hear some training camp stories from back in his day. And Bill Michaels, great host in Wisconsin, covers all things Wisconsin. We'll preview the Packers and probably get into the Brewers as well, as they just got swept by the Padres. Miller and Moulton, starting 25 minutes away.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know, John. I've not. They've. The funny thing is, John, if they don't want him as a starter, could he be a bullpen arm for them in the postseason? Did it last year for a game, or did it in the World Baseball Classic rather. So, what do you do? I mean, they're saying September, John, but I there's no real. Yeah, Liam Hicks is doing great, RCB. I agree with you 100%. Big night last night. I mean, it seems like every time he has a good game. I mean, obviously they're winning a ton, but he's been the key to like 3 wins out of those 9. Yeah, RCB. We went through that about like a week ago. They have an opportunity.
What, their schedule? The Rays?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope they can take off.
Well, they can't take off any more than they're taking off right now. That's for sure.
That's a good point. But I just mean, like, I hope they can actually finish strong, go in on a high note, and make something happen. I'm pulling for them.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thank you so much for joining us. Terrific show lined up for you today. We'll talk a lot of football. We'll talk a lot of NFC North. But first, I want to get to a story that's in college football. This is crazy. I guess college/pro, because it's a pro player that's making the order. And the college is doing what they're doing, and he's upset. And it's about one of my favorite guys. Don't know if you caught this, but Jaden Daniels has told LSU that they can no longer use his name, image, and likeness. A letter was sent to LSU athletic director Verge Osbury, and it said basically that his decision stems from the school allowing cornerback DJ Pickett, cornerback, not quarterback for what it's worth, to wear number 5. That's the number that Daniels wore when he was at LSU for 2 years. It's the first time anybody at LSU has worn number 5 since Jaden Daniels left, and obviously we know how good he was for them. And he thinks the jersey should be retired. Jaden, the statement says from a Daniels spokesperson, Jaden made it clear he did not want his number given to another player, and he believed his wishes would be represented. His Heisman Trophy winning season and everything he accomplished on and off the field cemented his place in LSU history. To see his number given to another player is incredibly disappointing, and he feels like a failure to honor the significance of what Jaden accomplished at LSU. For what it's worth, Pickett wore number 3 as a freshman. He's switching to 5. He's a very good corner. He's a former 5-star guy. According to Lane Kiffin, Pickett was promised the opportunity to wear number 5 when he signed with LSU. Brian Kelly was the coach. And Lane says when a kid is promised something to come to a school, he should wear it. So at this point, I don't really think it's my decision. We should honor what he was told.
So do you think that when Jaden Daniels was there, or not when he was there, but when Brian Kelly was still the coach, do you think that was a conscious decision to not issue number 5? And then when Lane took over, Lane's the one calling the shots now, and he doesn't see anything wrong with it? Because that's kind of how I see it.
Well, look, I know that the coach ultimately can nix a guy's number or let him keep a number or whatever the case may be. You know, a lot of the time, because obviously, you know, when you start going through coaches and things of that nature, you have the equipment guys they're the ones that are in that room who decide who gets what's number. But the player doesn't get to decide who or if anyone wears his number next.
Right.
He won a Heisman, not a Natty.
I'm glad you're going there because I was going to go there next. I mean, winning a Heisman, that's no slouch. You also were only there for 2 seasons, and you didn't win the big one. So jersey retirement, that's a bit of a stretch for me.
But it's a Heisman. And you know, I mean, there is no more significant award given to an individual in that sport. And
it's the MVP of that sport.
A lot of Heisman Trophy winners' numbers across college football have been retired. Now, collegiately, it seems kind of tough to do. You got a lot of players. This isn't 53 on an NFL roster. You've got a very big roster. The Heisman's not a natty, but he feels basically like they're treating Joe Burrow better than they're treating him.
And they should. I mean, come on. That's the other thing too, Mark. I mean, it's LSU. I understand he won a Heisman there. How many Heisman winners has LSU had? I don't know off the top of my head, but I guess my point is that you're there for 2 seasons. You don't win a natty. I get it. You won the Heisman, but jersey retirement is like you're immortal at that school. And I don't think Jaden Daniels, I don't look at him and think he's an immortal LSU player.
So they've retired 4 numbers that were before 2007. They've been Billy Cannon, Jerry Stovall, Tommy Casanova, Charles Alexander, from what I've got here. I guess they've said that other players could wear those numbers down the line. Now, I don't think they've given Burrow's number to anybody since then.
You're right about that. Number 9 has not been issued. But you know what? That's another example of, I would assume all those guys you just listed stayed for longer than 2 seasons. And maybe...
Well, they all stayed for... All those guys played a long time ago when you didn't transfer. So they were there the entire time. So I don't like this look for Jaden Daniels. I don't.
Me either.
I think it looks petty. He did transfer in, like you said, he played 2 years there. So I think it's a bad look for Daniels. Putting us, look at he's obviously they can let the kid wear whatever number they want. By the way, Jaden, your number's never getting retired now. I don't really know what you'd have to do in the NFL to have LSU want you to give a statue. And Burrow transferred from Ohio State. Mm-hmm. So if you remember, so they both transferred in. But he thinks, but Burrow won him a natty.
Yep.
In LSU lore, I think, to the fan, that's far more important than the Heisman.
It's not close, Mark. It's not close. You and I both know that. Anyone with half a sports brain knows that. And that's why this is so bizarre. It's like, Jaden, what are you getting so salty and defensive about? You were there 2 years. You were great. You've got your Heisman trophy. You can put that on your shelf and have it up every single day. You can look at that and remember everything. And LSU fans will love you forever, and they'll be pulling for you in the NFL. So what if someone else is wearing your jersey number? It's bizarre to me.
Well, and I guess, and I look at it like 88 in Dallas. They don't retire that number, but it only goes to certain players. I look at it in Ann Arbor, and I know you have trouble when I say that, but see, I looked fondly of how good Michigan football's been over the years. They've been great. That's been the program in that state forever. The number 1 jersey in Ann Arbor is iconic.
Yeah,
you don't get that. You don't get that number unless you're special. And this is where, if they think this kid is that special that's taking the number, did they have a conversation? And this is what I need to find out. Did they have a conversation with Jane Daniels and said, hey, this kid begged for number 5. We think he's deserving. Why they didn't give it to him as a freshman, if Brian Kelly promised it to him, that there's a lot here. But Jaden Daniels throwing out, you can't use my name, image, and likeness, even though I want a Heisman at your university, looks petty.
I 100% don't believe that they had a conversation with Jaden Daniels. Now, maybe those issues will come out like today or tomorrow, whenever. I think literally what happened was Lane Kiffin took over and said, F that. That's what I think happened. He just was like, yeah, this kid can wear whatever he wants. It's my program now. I didn't coach here when Jaden Daniels was here. What I say goes. That's what I think happened. But we'll see. But Jaden Daniels,
that's
one
not
way
what
or another.
Lane, by the way, that's not what Lane is saying. What you're saying is the complete opposite of what Lane Kiffin's saying, for the record. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's not what Lane Kiffin's saying.
And that's why I said that's what I believe, because we know one thing, Mark. How many things come out of Lane's mouth that aren't true?
I don't know. I don't know if Lane's a big liar. I mean, Lane lies. Lane's a convenient liar, but they all are in college football to some extent. I guess it goes with the territory. But Jaden Daniels issuing a cease and desist order to LSU that they can no longer use his name, image, and likeness. He won a Heisman Trophy for him just a couple of years ago. Starting fives next, Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Matthew. Burrow was only there 2 years, but he won a natty. That's what we're saying. Daughter's off to school. I think you're muted, just so you know.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, gotcha, Matthew. Yeah.
Matthew, how bad's Daniel's going to get it for this, though? That's the. I mean, LSU thinks team. The fan certainly thinks team before player. I got to think this is going to upset a few folks in the Bayou.
Yeah. Well, and I'm glad you said that, Mark. When you briefly just said, like, I don't know how this affects his standing in LSU, because what does he think he's doing here? Like, if you come out and say that, you put a cease and desist out for your name, image, and likeness. It's like, what's the best case scenario for him in that situation? That he's just cut out from LSU lore and never comes back for games. And I don't know.
he's. I mean, to me, he said that I ain't coming back here for anything.
He's in the doghouse.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Good show lined up for you. We'll talk with David Bearman an hour from now. I don't know if he likes to bet on the preseason. We'll find out. But betting with Bearman is his... Betting with Bearman is his email newsletter you can sign up for you, and I suggest you do so. Good information on there. And he has gone full gambling. So he's going to join us. You know, Lee Sterling will talk some gambling. We're going to have Doc Roto on Fridays to talk fantasy props, DFS. I'm not setting your lineup for you. I know that may upset you, but that's not going to happen. I've come to the conclusion, and I've watched the numbers, and I've listened to people talk about it. It's not just something I'm picking out of thin air, but I've talked to other people. I've listened to other shows. Fantasy shows will do it. We're not a fantasy show. We're a sports show. So we will focus on fantasy with Doc Roto, but not necessarily on Trent's lineup. So that's how we're going to do that when fantasy comes around. A few more things still in the works when it comes to what's going on for football season, but it is right around the corner. 16 and 27 are the magic numbers. Right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
All right. Well, we start where else? Baseball. Drew Rasmussen won his 5th straight start. Liam Hicks, 3 hits. Had a 3-run homer, and Tampa goes 9-0. 15 hits last night as they run through the Rockies, Mariners, and A's. The Rays are 10-1 in August, a franchise record for most consecutive road wins. The last time they did that was 2019.
Stay hot, Rays.
Rasmussen, 5 innings and allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, had 3 Ks. Hicks, 3 for 5, a double and a homer. Johnny DeLuca went 3 for 5 with 2 doubles and a stolen base. Diaz, Caminero, and Cedric Mullins each had 2 hits, and the Rays were 6 for 19 with runners and scoring position in the 8-5 win. Miami, an 8-2 win over Pittsburgh. That's their 4th straight win. Griffin Conine homered for the 10th time in his past 28 games. The Pirates 1-7 since the deadline. Gilberto Hernandez also homered for Miami, his team high 17th of the season, as he went deep against former teammate Lake Bakar, who was traded from Miami to Pittsburgh right around the deadline. The Marlins are now a game and a half behind both Philly and Arizona. Those two are tied for the last wild card. Jansen Junk with his 6th win, that ties his career high in that mark, pitching for Miami. Trent Grissom, a tie-breaking RBI double with 1 out in the 7th. Couple of home runs. Pretty big night as the Yankees overcame 2 3-run deficits to beat the Mariners 10-5. Grisham's 2nd homer in the 8th gave the Yankees double-digit runs for the first time since the 9th of July. Spencer Jones had a couple of big hits, helping the Yankees come back from 3-0 and 4-1, a pair of doubles. 2-run double in the 3rd and a tying double in the 5th after Grisham hit his first home run of the game. Toronto, a 6-4 victory over Boston. Kazuma Okamoto singled the go-ahead run in a 5-run 8th for Toronto and the Blue Jays would hold on to win. Miles Straw had a 2-run double in the 8th as the Blue Jays have won the first 3 games of a 4-game series. The Red Sox have now lost 5 in a row, and they are 4 back of the Yankees for the top wild card spot. Wilson Contreras hit a home run for the Sox, but it was his error dropping a pop-up on a foul ball in the 8th that led to the Blue Jays keeping things alive. Toronto's little streak has them just a game and a half back of Texas for the final wild card spot. Joe Adell hit a go-ahead 2-run homer, and the Guardians top Detroit 6-4. Angel Martinez, 3 hits, 2 doubles, scored a run and drove in another. Foster Griffin recorded his first win since being acquired by the Nats, giving up 3 runs, just 1 earned, 3 Ks and a walk in 5. Cade Smith got the last 4 outs, had a little bit of a jam in the 9th, but earned his 31st save in the game. The Tigers now trail the White Sox by 3.5. Cleveland's 4 back. They play this afternoon in the rubber game of that series. The Tigers, a half game back of Texas for the final wild card spot. Cleveland, just a game back. The White Sox blank Cincinnati 5-0. Luis Castillo delivered 7 shutout innings to spark a combined 2-hitter, shutting out the Reds. The AL Central leading Chicago White Sox won for the 3rd time in 4 games after losing 4 in a row. Minnesota, a 7-5 win over Baltimore. Alan Roden hit a go-ahead RBI double in the 4-run 3rd for the Twinkies. Josh Bell, along with Roden, had 3 hits and an RBI single in the 1st to extend his on-base streak to 16 games. The win.
Always been a Josh Bell fan, by the way. I've always liked him.
The win puts the Twins a half game back of Texas for the final wild card spot. Baltimore 2 back. Alex Bregman had 3 home runs. He drove in 7. They were both career highs as the Cubbies take down the Nats 12-6 with the win. Dansby Swanson homered, doubled, scored 3 times in the 9-hole for Chicago. The Cubs scored 4 in the 5th, 5 in the 6th on the way to their 8th win in their past 9 games. They're now just 3 back of the Brewers. Atlanta, a 6-3 win over the Mets. Tyler Mahle pitched 6 strong innings, had 3 solar home runs from the offense, and the Braves take 2 of 3 from the Mets. The Mets actually won the season series against Atlanta. St. Louis, a 7-1 win over Philadelphia. Rookie Cesar Prieto had a key hit to break a season-long drought. He was 0 for 26 on the season, 1 for 32 in his career. And he had a single that got past Luis Ariz. Team got him the ball. Good for them. The Cards, with the win, have now won 7 of 10. They're 2.5 games back of the Phillies in the crowded NL wildcard race. Arizona, San Diego, Miami are all right there. Angels 5-2 over Texas. Trout 3 for 5, 2 ribbies. And George Klassen gave up 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 to get his first major league victory. San Diego in 11 sweeps Milwaukee. The score yesterday 4-3. Luis Camposano delivered the game-winning RBI in the 11th. The sweep puts San Diego ahead of both Arizona and Philadelphia. They're now the 5 seed. Arizona, well, they lost to Colorado 6-4. Brett Sullivan, Zach Veen homered for Colorado, and they took the deciding game of the 3-game series. Veen played his first game since being recalled from Albuquerque. He had 24 homers in the AAA club and hits 1 yesterday for the big boys. Taylor Trammell hit a triple and scored the go-ahead run in the 8th inning. 7 Houston pitchers combined for a 5-hitter. That's modern-day baseball. 2-1 game, 7 pitchers. The Astros break even on a West Coast swing when they took 2 of 3 from San Francisco after going 1-2 against San Diego. They're still in first in the AL West. They have a series with Seattle that starts tomorrow. Josh Hader threw a perfect ninth, his 17th save of the season. Dodgers 4-2 over Kansas City. Shohei, a 2-run knock. Eric Lauer pitched into the 7th, and the Dodgers sweep the Royals after having lost 8 of its previous 9 games. To the NFL. Second day of Bucks-Jets joint practices. Emeka Egbuka suffered a toe sprain when his foot was rolled up on. Not serious, but he'll get further testing. Wide receiver room's been banged up. Jalen McMillan missing practices due to a knee injury. Tez Johnson out with the groin. David Sills out as well, so just something to keep an eye on in Tampa. Deshaun Watson's going to get the start in the preseason opener against Chicago Saturday. Shedeur Sanders will start the team's second preseason game against the Bills. Carolina signed Darren Waller to a 1-year deal. He came out of retirement last year to join the Dolphins, who got his rights for the trade with the Giants. Now, a 1-year deal with Carolina. The Steelers signed veteran linebacker Landon Roberts. He played with Pittsburgh a couple of years ago, started 16-17 for Vegas last year. Well, Ben Johnson, nothing like setting your sights really high. He doesn't just want his team to win the Super Bowl. Our goal is to win the Super Bowl, he said. I want more than that. I want to have the highest scoring offense ever, which happens to be the 2013 Broncos. I know how many points per game they scored. I want to surpass them. I want shutouts. I want blowouts. All right, Ben, go get them. And Denver announced that Bo Nix will not play in the preseason opener at Atlanta on Friday. He says, head coach Sean Payton says he's right where we'd hoped he'd be after the offseason ankle surgery. Nix will play in Denver's other 2 preseason games. 6 preseason games tonight. The Lions are at Cincy, Packers at Pittsburgh, Colts and Pats, Chargers, Texans, Cardinals, Raiders, and Titans and 49ers. The Bucks play the Jets, and Miami is in Washington Friday. A little college football news. Targeting penalties assessed in the second half of the game will no longer require the offending player to set out the first half of his team's next game.
That's big.
It is. It's a smart rule. I like it. North Carolina, Bill Belichick said his son, D coordinator Steve Belichick, is on indefinite medical leave and not with the team as the Tar Heels continue their practice. No further details on his health were disclosed. Big news in the NBA. The Lakers, who were just bought a year ago, were sold yesterday to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, the former Disney chair, for $12.5 billion. They bought the Lakers from Mark Walter, who is owner of the Dodgers. Apparently nothing with the Dodgers is going to happen. Also, Russell Westbrook announced his retirement on social media in a video that was narrated by actor Michael B. Jordan. Westbrook did not say a word during the 3.5-minute video. Westbrook became the 8th player to record 10,000 assists. He finishes 5th all-time on that list. He's also the league's all-time leader in triple-doubles with 209. Jokic enters the season with 198 for what it's worth. He had 2 first-team All-NBA honors and was the league MVP in 2016-2017. Led the league in scoring twice, led the league in assists 3 times, 18 seasons, over 27,000 points, and he earned roughly $350 million. PGA Tour, the FedEx Cup playoffs begin today in Memphis. The FedEx St. Jude Classic, as I said earlier this week, FedEx not part the FedEx Classic, not part of the new tier. So what that means to FedEx's sponsorship going forward remains to be seen. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. I know you're a big NBA guy. There was talk, even last week, I had heard rumors that Russ might join the Heat. Obviously a great career. He's a if you're an NBA guy, see, I would imagine you love Russ because you think far more of individual accomplishments than team accomplishments. That sits much higher in your world, and I think your age bracket. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying you are all about the individual accomplishments. It doesn't matter if they win championships to you. That I don't know what one's more important, but it seems to me, particularly in basketball, you're more into the individual. And in the world of creating super teams, that's an interesting take. But Russ is I don't know about polarizing, but people have opinions, and he certainly had a very interesting career, to say the least.
Yeah, and I would liken his career to Allen Iverson's. I mean, they're very high energy guys, a little controversial off the court, whatever. They walk to the beat of their own drum. They take some bad shots. They're not always very efficient, but doing their thing and doing it their way and not caring what anyone says. And they both won an MVP, both got to a finals. Neither one won a ring. I will always love Russ.
So Russell Westbrook calling it quits, did it via social media in a video narrated by someone else. That is as 2026 as life gets. We'll get to the magic numbers and have more on the other side. Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Ambient. My favorite Westbrook season was definitely 2017.
Me too.
Because, I mean, that was the year that Kevin Durant left. Russ was on his own. I think they were the 6th seed that year in the West. And they gave him the MVP because he averaged a triple-double. I mean, he was all over the place. Very fun to watch. He had a game winner against your Nuggets that year, too. I don't know how I remember that, but I do. He chucked a 3 at the buzzer, went in. Yeah. From half court. Not exactly, but it was deep. It was a deep 3. Ambient, who's your favorite Nuggets player before Jokic? I'm curious. Because I went to a Nuggets Pistons game in 2015, and I just remember I loved Kenneth Faried. It's like, if that guy was on my team, that would be my guy. But he kind of fell off quick, unfortunately. Oh, DC, I love that 82-0 game. I love it. Best I've done is 79-2.
Boy, it's one thing to have, Broncos chat the whole thing. Now I've got my co-host talking old Nuggets during the radio show.
I'm curious. I'm a hoop head.
Yeah, well,
it's not during the show. It's just it's during the break.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I would never do this on the air.
I would. I was going to ask you what you want to talk about next, but after that, I've lost all faith.
Sorry, Mark.
Wow.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. David Bearman to join us this hour. Betting with Bearman is his new email publication you can sign up for. We'll get into some football talk, maybe some over-unders and things of that nature. But we are a mere 16 days away from the college football season. And I don't know if you have them because college football isn't really on your radar like other sports, Trent. You kind of live in the NFC North and apparently in 1998 NBA land. But I am curious, when you look at the Big Ten, and I'm hoping that you're paying a little attention to that conference being up there. We have the big three in Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State that are in most everybody's top 5 in the country, certainly in the top 7. So it makes sense to say those 3 teams will be playoff teams. Yesterday we talked, Ohio State has an incredibly difficult schedule. But after all, they are one of the biggest spenders in the sport, and I don't think they're going to lose all of their big games. But that being said, when you look at the conference, if you were to buy my philosophy that at the maximum of the 12 teams, 3 are coming from the ACC and the Big 12. We've got 1 coming from the group of 5 because we have to. And I'm not convinced, by the way, that the Big 12 and the ACC get more than 1. But for now, we'll say it.
I'm not either.
The Notre Dame is going. You can write that down. Notre Dame's a playoff team. So that's 5. Now, if that is the scenario, that I think the Big 10 would get 3 and the SEC would get 4. I think it would take something incredibly interesting. But if the Big 12 and ACC get 1 each, and there are 4 spots, if the Big 10 4 over ACC or Big 12 2, who do you think the most likely Big 10 team to earn that 4th spot is?
Probably USC, just based on talent. Listen, the Big Ten, and this is the beautiful thing, and I say that kind of lightly, about the expansion to go into 18 teams. The Big Ten's a complete crapshoot. You're right. You've got the top 3, and outside of that, you have no idea. And I'm not going to be a homer and say Michigan State. I'm not going to be a hater and say Michigan.
A homer. I have to be honest. To bring up Michigan State right now in a Big Ten discussion is the most laughable thing I've ever seen. The only thing that they can finish is either dead last or second to last.
They're not favored to do very well.
That's a miserable program.
It is right now. You're exactly right. Pat Fitzgerald has his work cut out for him. But I moved right past it. I was just saying that in passing. I'm not trying to be a homer. I think my 4th Big Ten team would be USC. And I'm curious what your answer is.
Well, I think USC is certainly the favorite to be 4. But I think when you look at Michigan and you look at Penn State, because the one thing that people are talking about this conference right now is that the quarterback plays pretty damn solid in the Big Ten. Obviously, we got Sayan and Gabriel, the kid at Oregon, who are both, or more rather, the kid at Oregon. Gabriel was the last one. That's my bad. But the Washington quarterback's pretty solid. The QB at USC is good. Imawanaleiven in there at UCLA is a solid QB. So, this quarterback, the quarterback depth in the conference is better than I think people realize. And here's the thing to me with Michigan and why I think they're a sneaky team, because their schedule's difficult. I get it. They play Oregon. They play Ohio State, both on the road. They host Penn State, Indiana, and Oklahoma. If they get Oklahoma, I think they're better than Penn State. Matt Campbell, year 1, brought a lot of players over, but Michigan, more than likely, I think it's more likely that Michigan goes 8-4 than 10-2. But with that schedule, Michigan throws a 10-2 up there, it's automatic. If they throw the right 9-3, and it's against SMU or it's against, I don't know, whoever loses the Texas Tech BYU game, I do think it's interesting. I will say, I think Lincoln Riley at USC has the most pressure on him in the Big Ten. I think it falls squarely on USC's shoulders because USC has a pretty good quarterback. We all thought this guy could coach, but he's not done anything yet since going to USC, and their schedule is favorable. They play nobody in non-conference. They host Oregon. They host Ohio State. So if you're USC, you have to get one of those 2 games. I'm sorry. This is a storied program. You get the 2 big boys in your backyard. You've got to get one of these 2 games, which means that if they do that, they can cough up, whether it's at Penn State or at Indiana. They finish the year, at USC, crosstown rivalry game, but they're better than UCLA. It'll be an interesting game at the end of the season, particularly, we all go back to how Florida was able to get into the Natty. Why? UCLA beat a USC team that everybody thought was going to win that game. I would love to see that game at the end of the year, and not for Big Ten purposes, for USC and UCLA purposes. If USC is sitting there at 9-2 playing UCLA at the end of the year, I think that would be fantastic. When I had my son on Tuesday and I had him give his 5 sleeper teams, and he lives for college ball. He thinks UCLA is a sleeper team this year, and I don't think he's far off. So, Penn State's the team that's sneaky to me just because of the schedule. They only have to win basically one game that they're not favored in to throw a 10-2 up there, because they get the benefit of 3 junk non-conference games. They host USC and they play at Michigan, and at Washington. So if they beat USC at home, that's going to help them out a ton. I don't know if their 10-2 with that schedule would get them in over, say, let's just say BYU loses to Notre Dame and loses the Big 12 championship, and they're 11-2. Does BYU versus what Penn State would have done? That'll be interesting. But I mean, Penn State with the schedule is a sneaky team. If you look at Penn State's schedule, I think they're for sure favored in 9 games. When they go to Washington, that's going to be inside of a touchdown, probably inside of 4 points, one way or another. So at Michigan, at Washington, 2 tough road games. Last year, we remember Penn State choking. I don't think that happens this year. So Penn State's a team, I think because of Michigan's schedule, that if they put a 10-2 up, they're in. Make no question with what they play. Penn State's 10-2 would be really interesting, because it is a brand, even though last year it disappointed. 10-2 for Penn State's realistic. And, USC, they've got a schedule that's favorable. So I do think the Big Ten, one of those 2 teams probably gets the 4th. If like I said, if Michigan were to do it, if Underwood takes that next step, I'd be very surprised. But they're getting coaching. They didn't have any of that a year ago.
Well, a couple of quick things. Like you mentioned the right 9-3, and I like that you said it that way, because there's going to be a 9-3 team that gets into this playoff, at least one, right? So if Michigan goes
no way there's more than one 9-3. We've never had a 3-loss team make the playoff, so there's no way there's 2. Trent, is there a possibility for 1? Absolutely, but I don't know if it's a guarantee.
Okay, I'm just saying at least 1, I believe that's going to happen. And you're exactly right. They'll give a Michigan or a Penn State the benefit of the doubt if they are 9-3, if they go the right 9-3. Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, my answer to your initial question was USC is my sleeper team in the Big Ten to be like the 4th guy. Washington probably would have been my next answer. So I'm curious how you feel about Washington, USC, kind of the middle of the pack in the Big Ten. Is there another team that I'm missing that actually has a real shot?
No, I don't think Iowa does. Washington, they play at Oregon. They host Indiana. They're at USC. They play Penn State and Iowa. So they avoid Ohio State. So could it be done by the Huskies? Sure. I do like Jed Fish, their coach. I think that the quarterback's pretty solid. But Washington isn't that. Look, they're not the brand of some other schools. Because first off, the likelihood if it's a 9-3 team, like I think if Michigan had the right 9-3, they can raise their hand in the argument. USC at 9-3 is not getting in. Penn State at 9-3 is not getting in. No chance. But Texas, with who they play, I don't know about Ohio State, but maybe Ohio State, if something, Sayan gets hurt at some point. But 9-3 to me, if it comes from anywhere, it comes from the SEC and Michigan, perhaps. Like if they beat Ohio State and somehow lose the wrong game, would their 9-3, they beat Oklahoma because the SEC non-conference games, I just think are enormous this year.
Yeah.
To a lesser, you've got Baylor and Auburn. That doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot, and Auburn should win it. But what if Baylor does? What if Louisville beats Ole Miss? What if Clemson were to beat LSU? And I'm not saying all of those happen, But if any of those happen,
It creates chaos.
It's certainly the committee's got to, that's the whole big bad SEC depth. If they're losing some of these early non-con games, it will come into play. But
well, think about it, Mark. You could win the SEC and still lose 2 games, but if one of those 2 losses is to Clemson or to, one of these.
Well, see, now I'll stop you. 10-2 SEC gets into the playoff every time.
I know that. Yeah, I got you. I'm just saying you could win it and there would still be questions about you. You could have the best record in the conference, win the conference, but you've got some losses on the record that kind of stain you a little bit from the ACC.
Again, you're kind of, don't say win the conference. You might be able to say 10-2 and lose the conference championship, and it might come into play because obviously if you win the conference, you get an automatic berth. So the committee can't question anything about a conference champion. They go to the playoff. That's automatic. Yeah. So, but a 10-3 conference loser, if they lose the wrong non-conference game, could that come into play? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I've focused a lot on Notre Dame in the offseason because they only have 3 games. But the 3 games they play, SMU, BYU, and Miami, at this point, we all think they're playoff contenders. Magic numbers and the best 27s next.
Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Tuesday, August 11th, 7 p.m. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. Tuesday, August 11th, the Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's with Dr. Roto. Sign up, Miller and Moulton.com.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, anybody got a hunch on the golf tournament? Where's Baby Jules this morning? She's my golf nerd. I need her. Oh, you're going to take the Auburn guy to play well? That's funny, Happy. Funny thing is, he's a B player. Well, they're not even in the same thing, I don't think, here. He's listed as a B guy this week.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thank you so much for listening. David Bearman going to join us in about 15 minutes' time. We'll talk some gambling with him. But magic numbers today are 16 and 27. And we will get to those magic numbers here momentarily. But Lomas Brown going to join us, and we're going to talk some Packers today on the show as well. NBA-wise, in fact, the 27s, a lot of current players, particularly in baseball. And I only had two 27s in the NBA. They're both currently playing, Trent. As I went through this, Jamal Murray, Rudy Gobert. Those are the only 27s of note. And I don't know if either qualify as the great player. They're good. I mean, I'd want either one on my team, but neither one's your best player. Neither one better be your second best player. Right? I mean, aren't these guys good number three guys on a team?
Well, I mean, I guess Jamal Murray was the number 2 on a championship team, so I guess that kind of worked out. But since then, they have underachieved, so you're right about that. But Rudy Gobert, that's the fun one, because I think he's got 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards, and all that guy does is block shots. And, yeah, he's been on good teams, but never great. So those are 2 good ones.
And known more for touching a microphone than anything that's ever happened on the court.
That was awful.
I wasn't. I mean, no, I don't. You know what? I don't think it was awful. I think it was. I think it was one of the more ironic things that's ever happened in life.
Well,
I mean, he was trying to say how much he.
I laughed my ass off when he did it, but yeah, he's trying to talk about how he's not worried about the pandemic, and then touches all the mics, and then he's the guy.
And he shut down the league. It's his case that changed how we viewed sport. I get it. We all have a lot of different views on COVID now. I'm not getting into that discussion. But when I think of Rudy Gobert, I don't think of Defensive Player of the Year. I never will. I think about him touching all the microphones and then having COVID. That's the first thing. All right. I'm going to go hockey next, because you have 3 great hockey players who wore 27. All Hall of Famers, all great players. And I'm going to do it in the order I think that they are. And the one to me is clear, and it's old school. 2 and 3 you could argue over. I'm going to go Jeremy Roenick 3, Daryl Zitler 2, and Frank Mahovlich 1. Now, there are other players that belong on this list. Reggie Leach was great for the Flyers, great goal scorer. Ron Hextall, great goaltender for the Flyers. Dave Christian wore it in the league, obviously part of the Miracle on Ice team. Ryan McDonough helped Tampa immensely and is still a really good player. Scott Niedermayer is in the Hall. John Tonelli, part of the great Islanders championship teams. And then a tough guy for me, before McSorley had Gretzky's back, It was the guy they called Cement Head, Dave Semenko, the tough guy, played with Edmonton. Baseball, I'll give you the old school guys first. Juan Marichal and Catfish Hunter wore it with the A's, and I think he wore it before he was with Oakland. Vlad Guerrero Sr., Carlton Fisk wore it with the Sox. And Kent Tekulve, the great closer for the Pirates. But current guys that wear it, I mean, it's pretty good. Oh, and Kevin Brown, sorry, great pitcher. I didn't want to miss Kevin Brown. Unbelievable pitcher. So current guys that wear it, Aaron Nola, we'll see. But Giancarlo Stanton's a 27. Vlad Jr. wears it because of dad. But then you've got Mike Trout, Giancarlo Stanton, Jose Altuve. Trout and Altuve are going to be Hall of Famers.
Yes, they are. Well, Altuve might not, because the baseball writers might keep him out because of the cheating scandal. They might.
They're not going to keep him out.
He's a Hall of Fame caliber player. You get what I'm saying. But yes, you're right about those two. Like, again, I do this off the rip, and I love when you read them off. But Mike Trout came to mind right away. I mean, he's the best 27 of my lifetime, and maybe the best 27 of all the guys we've talked about, even though he hasn't won a World Series.
Right. Now, for baseball people, I know a Twins fan's going to tell me Ortiz, but he didn't wear it with the Sox, and that's where he was great. So I don't, so many of these players wore multiple numbers. So, and then we go to football, and I don't think it's a great list at the 27s. I mentioned this guy earlier in the week because he wore it with Houston, and then he wore 27 with Washington. He's a Hall of Famer. Ken Houston, old school guy. Steve Atwater wore 27. Another unbelievably talented player. I think to me, the best guy in the list is Eddie George.
That's what I was thinking, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the only one I could think of, honestly. Like, the only truly great player to wear 27 in football.
Malcolm Jenkins, another pretty solid player, won 2 championships with the Saints and Eagles. He was a 27. Larry Johnson, really good running back, but not on the great list. So, there's like Irv Cross, who wore it, and people remember it maybe more as a broadcaster than they do as a player. Good player, really good player, but a little before my time, and I remember him on, the early days of CBS. But I think Ken Houston, who wore it, Atwater and George are your top 3 in the NFL. So there's our list of 27s. I don't care who your NASCAR driver is, and I don't care who your professional soccer player is. Okay, that's I see these on there, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm not going to tell you what Mbappe's number was when he played for some team before he played for some other team. It doesn't matter to me. We're in the United States, and I'm going to be a selfish American pig when it comes to that. We're not doing soccer on this list. And the NASCAR thing, if you're a NASCAR guy, more power to you. That sport was a niche sport. It became extremely popular for a good bit of time. And now it's, if golfers wore numbers, I wouldn't include them on this list either, if you know what I mean.
How about this? In 5 days, or what would it be? 3 days. So it'll be Monday. Would you throw Jeff Gordon in there?
Well,
for 24.
I understand. Trent, I'm just going to want to do a little math from you. Okay. We're going to work on math with Trent. New segment on the show. 3 days from now is when?
3 days from now is Sunday.
There you go. Do we do a show on Sunday?
We don't.
Okay. All right. That's math with Trent, everybody. And he passed it with flying colors. It was absolutely fantastic.
You got the applause. The applause drop now. No, but I guess my point is, like, if any, like on day 3, are you going to throw out Dale Earnhardt, or do you just not care about NASCAR that much that you're not doing it?
I didn't tell you who won the race on Monday. I didn't. They raced in, I think, Iowa. And the only thing I know about the race is apparently, one, no one knows where the hell any of these races are. They have a severe TV problem because half of their races are getting put on USA Network right now. So I can't imagine that the ratings are good. 2, they have an announcer that apparently everybody that follows the sport hates. And while I'm not as big on who the announcer is for a football game. I'm really not. And basketball, I think the guys we have at the national level are really good. So to me, it doesn't matter where we're getting the basketball game. I think they're all pretty rock solid. But in a niche sport, if the fans don't like the announcer, that's a bad thing because they gang up.
Well, in football, anyone could announce it. You're exactly right about that. It's like, I don't care who's calling football. It's football. I'm going to watch. And just to be clear, I don't follow NASCAR. I have not watched a race in probably 10 years. So I'm not arguing. I'm not making the case for NASCAR. I'm simply just, there are certain icons that come to mind. And because I'm a sports fan, I know the numbers. But that doesn't mean that I'm not vouching for NASCAR. Don't get me wrong.
And I will say the other, I was talking about with a friend of mine, with our old producer, Cassio. He used to love NASCAR. There's no personality. Kyle Busch died, and he was the last person. I mean, it's awful that he died. He was also the last good personality in that sport. David Bearman to talk some gambling next.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
All right, I need some golfers. Where are my golf fans? I can't take the one guy who roots for one guy. No offense. When you have one guy that's you're jaded. It's like if I asked Trent who's going to win the NFC North. No, I mean, it really is. I need some golf people here. Who likes either the top guys, either Scheffler or Rory this week? I don't in this tournament, even though Scheffler's won $17 million. I might go Tommy Fleetwood this week. I don't know why. I've got 2A guys to pick. I will let you guys pick my entire team because I haven't won all year.
Yeah, what kind of questions do you want me to ask him? I'm just curious.
Well, whatever you want, but I'd like you to subscribe to his newsletter so you know what he's talking about. But
okay.
Trent, I think the biggest thing in interviewing is listening. 9 times out of 10, they're going to lead you to what you want to ask next. Listen to what, and try to keep it in line. I mean, I'm going to set him up. I'll ask the first 2 because I'm going to set him up with what he's got going on, and then then I'll probably ask him a preseason question. But I mean, we can do.
Listen, obviously, I could come up with something on the fly, but I just don't want to do that based on yeah. This guy. I know David Bearman too, just based on.
Let's put him on here.
All right.
Morning, David.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, man. How you feeling?
Better. I had a couple of rough days with the cold, but I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well. It's so we've had some definite changes on the show, and I don't know if David was with. I know David wasn't with me the last time I had you on, but my co-host David had to resign on Friday. He is sick. He has cancer, and the pain's been too much that he can't go on, and it sucks because we did 20 years together, and Friday was our last show. So this is my first week without my co-host of 20 years.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he's okay. I know I did shows with the two of you in the past. So
yeah, I know. Yeah. So it's been an interesting transition, to say the very least, because it puts a lot more on me, like as in everything right now. But we've kind of lined up for football, and we're excited. So I was reading through the newsletter. I see you've got a lot of guests coming for, like, are you doing podcasts with that? Before we get on, I want to at least know before I ask you. So
yeah, those are podcast guests. I host the Betting with Bearman podcast and the Believe Podcast Network once a week. We've upped it to twice a week for August to preview all NFL and college football betting. They're all betting previews. The goal is to do all 8 divisions as well as college football. So,
right. Okay.
I've had a different division almost every week, as well as doing college football today. Have Joe DeLeon from the Ruffino and Joe show, and then I'm gonna have Chris the Bear Felica on in 2 weeks.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
I go way back with Felica.
Because you had ESPN time with him, right?
Yes. I was sort of his understudy on game day. The original goal was, when he got promoted up through the ranks, I would eventually take over as the college game day researcher, but I got promoted into management before that happened. But I did go on game days with him. I did a couple of national title games with him, a couple of Rose Bowls with him. So I was on the game day crew every now and then. And so I stayed in good touch with Felix, and he'll be on the show in a couple of weeks. So
awesome. That's he's a good get, no doubt. Are you required, when you get someone like that on, to have a picture of Herb Street's dog anywhere?
I am not. Absolutely not. In fact, the request has been denied.
I have a buddy who works for Hertz, and we only got 10 seconds, but I'm not a big fan, and I'm not a fan of the prop that is the dog, or the dead dog before that. And he sends me this commercial they did. He's the head marketing guy at Hertz. And I just went off, and he's like, "Oh wow, didn't mean to trigger you."
I'm with you on that.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Football season's coming up on us very quickly. In fact, preseason tonight. Bunch of games, 6 games tonight. Both the Bucks and Dolphins play tomorrow, so you can get your fill of helmets and shoulder pads, even though they don't mean anything, and you guys care about them a hell of a lot more than I do. But this guy cares about anything that there's a line on. David Bearman does betting with Bearman. I encourage you to go with bettingwithbearman.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Terrific information. In fact, I was just stealing information off of it to fill out my fantasy golf lineup for the week, because he's got his best bet for this week's FedEx Championship in Memphis. So he covers all sports, but we have him on to talk football. He's going to be on weekly with us during the football season. David, Mark, and Trent, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Coming off a little bit of a cold, but we're doing good. Somehow the cold and lack of energy has actually helped the golf game. I golfed with a horrific cold the other day and shot the best round of the year. So it's good.
Nice.
When you have no energy and you're just kind of just going with the flow, you tend to shoot better.
I look at I maybe that's what I need then. I don't know because it's been a struggle.
That's what I tweeted at. I said I found the key to golf. Barely be able to get out of bed, jacked up on cold medicine, absolutely no energy drinks. And every single shot you're thinking, I got to conserve energy for the next one.
Exactly. I just got to get back to the cart after this shot. All right. You've been doing podcasts as well. It's kind of funny what we were talking about during the break there is what I've been doing. We've been going through every division. Now it's tough doing a morning show to get NFC and AFC West guests on, but we're going through division by division, kind of leaving the West alone because it's difficult to get people there. But you've got a podcast as well, and you've been kind of doing the same thing, focusing on each division. Now, when you're doing that, you're focusing on it from a betting standpoint, my guess. So over-unders are, I'm guessing, a big topic?
Yeah, we basically go through all 4 teams in the division. I start with the order in terms of the odds to win the division. We go through all 4, and we start with the win total. We preview each team's win total, and then we look and see if there's anything in the division, conference, or Super Bowl market that is worth betting. Obviously, for the top couple of teams it is. You're not going to talk about the Arizona Cardinals winning the Super Bowl at $1 billion to 1. And then the guest I have and myself give a best bet on each team. So all 4 teams will get a best bet at the end of that part of the segment, and then I recap it at the end. We're doing all 8 divisions as well as college football special. We have 2 college football shows, one today with Joe DeLeon, and then one in 2 weeks with Chris the Bear Felica, formerly of College Game Day.
So make sure you follow David on X, sign up for the newsletter. Great information. It's pretty simple. David Bearman, at David Bearman is how you follow him on X. Betting with Bearman is how you follow and sign up for the e-newsletter. I am curious on the NFL from a divisional standpoint. I have been making the case for a while that you could pick your order for the NFC South. Trent could pick his order for the NFC South. I could pick my order for the NFC South. We could put the 4 helmets that we bought at the grocery store for a quarter inside of a helmet, and the picking them out of the helmet is as likely to win. With that being said, is that a division where, damn the favorite, look for value?
It is. I actually had my dog throw treats down the stairs the other day and land in different helmets, and I actually think there's a little bit of value on the New Orleans Saints, who ended the year as one of the hotter teams in football, albeit they were out of contention. And, their quarterback, Tyler Shuck, and that offense under the new regime they have there in New Orleans, I liked what they did last year. They won 4 straight before losing by 2 points to the Falcons. And I'm not saying the New Orleans Saints are good. No one's gonna pretend they're good. But in the division, like you said, that's totally up for grabs. The Carolina Panthers, nobody, not even the dog on the stairs, had the Carolina Panthers winning that division last year. So I would say, why not New Orleans? They have an offense that played well last year. You got some reinforcements this year. The injuries are gone. It's Kellen Moore's second year as the head coach, and why not them? Now, I don't think they're the best team in the division. I think talent-wise, I would still go with, I guess, the Bucs, the most talented team. And then the Falcons, and then probably the Carolina, New Orleans. But I think for betting value, there is value on the Saints to win the division because it's only going to take 9 wins to win it.
Well, obviously, we know that we want people to subscribe to your newsletter and everything, so you don't have to give away all your secrets here. But we're doing one division a week. It's NFC North week. Who has the best value in the NFC North? The best betting value, not necessarily to win it, but just when you look at the odds, who has the best value?
And we will be previewing the NFC North. I'm looking right now at my schedule a week from today with Scott Seidenberg from Better Day Podcast. He'll be on to preview the NFC North. For value-wise, I would go with the team that won it last year, the Chicago Bears, who I don't think are the best team in the division. You just said not best team, but most value. But they're getting 3-1 on your money. Right now is the third of 4 teams. They did it last year. They got probably the best coach in the division in Ben Johnson. You got a young quarterback there who's just growing every single year in Caleb Williams. You got the offensive weapons. They did it last year. Nobody expected Chicago to win it last year, which is why it's funny for us to sit here and pick divisions. Nobody would have had the Carolina Panthers, Chicago Bears parlay last year. That would have paid a ridiculous amount of money. But they're not getting any respect to come back and do it again. And I think there's a difference when you look at, well, Carolina's not getting respect either to win the South. But as far as the North is concerned, the Bears won that division last year. The Bears had one of the top seeds in the NFC last year, and they took the Rams to overtime last year. I think the Bears are being undervalued in the betting market. And do I think they're the best team in the division? No, I think Detroit will be back. I think the Vikings will be better. They got off to a horrible start last year, and you can never count out the Packers, who win 10 games every single year. I just think the Bears at 3-1 is very, very good, tremendous value.
And I'm high on the Bears because I'm with you. I'm high on Ben Johnson. I just think that, and I'm not picking him to win the division. I'm so intrigued by what Kevin O'Connor does with Kyler Murray, because most of us have written him off. Most people think that Kyler Murray can't play. And the odds are you're going to be right. He doesn't seem to have the work ethic, but he's got this Jefferson guy at receiver. He's got an offense there with a lot of talent. And I just think between the coach and the star players, it's put up or shut up time for him. And to me, David, if I've said it before, if he's the 16th best quarterback in the NFL this year, they have the best defense to me in the division. So I just think that that's another crapshoot division. Are they the worst team right now because of the quarterback? Probably. But if Kyler Murray shows us anything, they're going to, I guess at the end of the day, because I think they play the NFC South. So how those two teams do against the South, which we all know is 4 mediocre at best teams, and how they do inside the division probably determines who wins that division.
And I believe all 4 teams finished over 500 last year, because Minnesota had a really good run at the end and finished with 9 wins. And they're still paying the price for their decision to go with J.J. McCarthy and not re-sign Sam Darnold and not keep Daniel Jones. They made multiple mistakes, so why not triple down and let's go with Kyler Murray? And everybody has written him off. I've written him off. I don't think he's going to lead this team to the promised land. But if anybody can get anything out of Kyler Murray, it's going to be KOC. So this is Kyler Murray's next chance to be a reclamation project. We've seen it happen before. We saw it right there in Minnesota with Sam Darnold under KOC. So if he does it again with Kyler Murray, that team will be right there with the other ones. I think this is going to be the most competitive and among the best divisions of football. It's not the best in terms of talent. You got to go out west for the NFC and the AFC West. But I do think all 4 teams legitimately have a chance to make the playoffs and win that division. Because if you told me to close my eyes and pretend it's January and the Minnesota Vikings are in the playoffs, I'm not going to be surprised.
Well, I want to ask you this. We'll stay in that division for a quick second, because you mentioned you think Ben Johnson's the best coach in that division. And I don't think anyone could make a vehement case against that, So of the 4 coaches in that division, who are all proven, they all have a track record, which one do you think, gambling-wise, would be the best bet, best value to win Coach of the Year? If we were going to pick an NFC North, winner for Coach of the Year, who would it be?
Probably Dan Campbell, only because that team fell off the map last year. And you say fell off the map, they still won 9 games and finished, I guess, technically speaking, they finished last in the division. If they go worst to first, even though it's a really not really seemingly apples to apples worst to first, but if they do, then it would be Dan Campbell, because he's the guy who the team is, you expect them to do well. They didn't do well last year because, call it what it is, the Packers win 10 games every year. So there's no difference there. Unless the Packers go ahead and win 14 games, he's not winning Coach of the Year. I don't think the Vikings have a high enough ceiling to get KOC there. And as for Ben Johnson, it could be Ben Johnson up there again, because nobody expects the Bears to do well. And if he goes ahead and wins 13 games, it's like, well, he did it again. Let's give it to him. Whenever you're dealing with voters, you never really know what their agenda is. You tend to get a team that goes from low expectations to exceeding expectations, and I'm not sure anybody in the North would qualify. So I don't know if I'd pick any of them, quite frankly.
Yeah, I might lean towards the guy in Dallas, because if they turn it around, that they have also the popular vote. But you already did the AFC West, and you just mentioned that might be the best division in football if it's not the NFC West. Certainly the top 3 teams in each of the Western divisions are great. But the AFC West, what I'm stunned about, I think Denver has the best roster. I think Denver's going to win that division. When I'm looking at in Florida, I only get the Hard Rock app. So that's the only thing I can bet on. But both the Chargers and the Broncos, the over-under's 9.5.
The Chiefs is 10.5. I understand why, but we had Pat Kerwin from NFL Radio on yesterday. He said Mahomes looked good in camp. He was in Kansas City. I trust Pat unbelievably with his evaluation of talent. But the rest of the roster, I mean, when I look at this Kansas City team, yeah, I know Spags can coach defense. I don't like their receivers. Kenneth Walker's a really good running back. Andy Reid's got to prove that he's going to use a running back before I trust a running back. What do you see out of the Chiefs this year?
The Chiefs are one of those teams that you could absolutely see them winning the Super Bowl, but you could absolutely see them winning 8 games and not making the playoffs. Now, I would lean towards them making the playoffs, potentially winning division. There's no value there. They're the favorite to win the division. They're 10.5 is their number, so you can even get them at 11.5 at some sports books, not named Hard Rock. But it's a team that the roster top to bottom is not the best roster in the AFC, not the best roster in the AFC West. They just have that, we've been there, done that, can win it. So I look at the Chiefs as a team that will win 10 games, maybe win the division, maybe get in as a wild card, and the team I absolutely do not want to play in the playoffs because they could be a 5 seed and win the AFC. That's how I look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They could also go ahead and get the 1 seed and win 14 games and nobody would be surprised. But I look at that roster and I see a 10-win team, so I'd be taking the under there. But I also see a Chargers team and a Broncos team that I think are better, and I would bet on them to win the division before I bet the Chiefs. But in terms of who wins the Super Bowl or goes to the Super Bowl, I would take the Chiefs before I took the other two because the Chargers haven't won a playoff game in forever. And the Broncos, I like their roster, but you have to see if they can get over the hump. They should have won the AFC last year. So I would pick the Chiefs over the other two for the playoffs, but I'd pick the other two to win the division first.
He's David Bearman. Follow him on X, David Bearman. You can get on the newsletter subscription. Go to Betting with Bearman and sign up today. Great information, not just football, a lot of stuff that you can get. Golf, baseball, hell, the WNBA. He's got it all. Sign up for the newsletter now.
Something
Thanks,
I quickly want to ask you, David, right before you get off. Staying in that division right there, what are Fernando Mendoza's odds to get Rookie of the Year? Like, how do you feel about that? How do you see it?
He's currently 4-1, and I actually think there's actually really good value on that because if we knew he was starting from day one, he'd be the odds-on favorite at minus money. It wouldn't even be close. All the money would be on Mendoza. I think you're getting a break by having him not named starter and it being at 4-1 because let's call it what it is. This guy will be the starter by week 5 regardless because they're not going to waste the season. I don't know what games they're playing with the media. I think he comes out and he's a starter, and as long as he plays 2/3 of the season, he's going to win Rookie of the Year, so I'll take him at 4-1.
He's David Bearman. Follow him on X, davidbearman.com, Bearman. Betting with Bearman's the website. Sign up for the Ease newsletter. It's terrific. You heard all the podcasts. College football today and 2 weeks from now with Chris Faneca. David, I'm really looking forward to doing this all year. Keep hitting them straight, my friend.
Thank you. I just, you just got to go out there with 101 fever and you hit them straight.
Well, that matches the temperature around here. I don't know if I could pull that off. David Bearman joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Terrific information. I'm telling you right now, the e-newsletter is awesome. Having fun reading it every day. In fact, I wasn't lying. I was filling out my fantasy golf. I forget about it every week, and I was filling it out literally as we were coming back from break. And I'm like, ooh, he's got some information on there. So sign up, Betting with Bearman. Grade 8 coming up. Lomas Brown will join us. He's in the Ring of Honor for the Detroit Lions, was a standout with the Florida Gators. So we'll talk a little Lions, maybe a little college as well. And I want to get some training camp stories out of the great linemen that played with the Detroit Lions. That's next. And we'll talk some Packers, all coming up. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I can't trust Ricky Fowler, Michael. I can't trust him. You love him. I know. Man, he fades on Sunday. Or do I not have a... I know, Michael. Who did I pick for my C lineup? I picked Sahith Thagala in my C class, where Fowler is.
Oh, your golf league?
You know what? I probably should, Adam. That's not a bad idea. That's really not a bad idea. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I texted Lomas. He hasn't gotten back with me, but hopefully he'll just pick up.
He did agree though to 8.
He
right?
confirmed with me last night. Yeah,
Okay.
But I haven't talked to him this morning.
One of my 8 pills went sideways down my mouth, and I can feel it. That drives me nuts. Drives me absolutely nuts.
I know that feeling, Mark. You get those big pills going. Oh.
All right.
Oh, don't do this to me right now. I don't have time for this. God dang it.
Oh, he just texted me. He said yes. So he's good. Sorry, I know that's late notice, but
Trent, you're going to have to go off the hop here because I got to call him because I got problems.
okay, that's fine.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Welcome, hour number 3, the Great 8, as I like to call it. Lomas Brown scheduled to join us here shortly, and we will talk some Packers coming up on Miller and Moulton.
Lomas Brown, one of the greatest offensive linemen of all time, in my opinion. He's a Hall of Famer. And, you know, a quick funny story about Lomas while Mark gets him on the air here. We had dinner probably about a month ago, and we ate at this nice little steakhouse in Detroit. No big deal. But out of nowhere, a fan whipped out a jersey, and they just had a jersey with them in their bag, and Lomas signed it. So that was pretty cool. He's always the consummate human being. He's incredible. He's great with the fans. He's great with football. He's the play-by-play guy, or the color commentator, rather, alongside Dan Miller, who's the play-by-play guy for the Lions. Nobody knows the Lions better than Lomas Brown. Big 75.
And Lomas joining us on Miller and Moulton right now. First off, our first time with Lomas Brown, Mark Miller, Trent Valley. Lomas, thanks so much for doing this. Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, it's absolutely our pleasure. And look, I know Trent could talk current Lions with you all day, but you're a touch older than me. I remember your whole career as someone that grew up, in Michigan. But when training camp comes, obviously it's very different now. Go back to when you were playing. What are your memories of training camp?
Torture. I call it a necessary evil. It's something that you had to do. You never looked forward to training camp because, you were going there and there's 2 days and it's hot and you're beating on each other all day long, every day for 6 weeks. And it's monotonous and just all the cliches that go with it. But it's something that you have to go through. It's almost kind of a ritual that you go through to get your body prepared to not only deliver hits, but also receive hits. I think that was some of the biggest differences compared to how they have training camp now. It was just pure torture when we went to camp.
Well, Lomas, I want to ask you, and thanks for joining us this morning because it's going to be fun to chat with you. But what's the difference? What's the biggest difference between prepping for college season and then when you got to the NFL?
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's learning how to practice. And people might think I'm crazy for saying that, but when you go leave college and you get to the NFL, you have to learn how to practice. And things that you learn is you have to stay off the ground. Coaches hate that players that's always on the ground because you can get other players hurt. You have to learn how to give good defensive looks or offensive looks if you're on the scout team. You have to know the tempo of practice. You have to know what the opposing team, what their best thing is that they like to run. You have to be able to duplicate that to give your team the proper looks that it needs to get ready for that opponent or that whoever they're getting ready to face. So I think the biggest thing was learning how to practice, because I always tell people this. When you get in the NFL, it is a learning curve. I don't care who you are. I blocked for the great Barry Sanders, and his first year, it was a learning curve for him. It's things me and Kevin Glover had to let Barry know about the NFL. So you come into the NFL, it's definitely a learning curve. It's just how fast you go through that learning curve that matters.
All right. Speaking of Barry Sanders, because obviously he was one of one, blocking for him with the way he changed directions. And, we've all seen the runs of him starting out right and reversing field and all those things.
Yes.
Was he harder to block for than, I know you didn't block for an Emmitt Smith, but you know what I mean? The straightforward guy, great running back, different style. How hard was it to block for a guy like Barry Sanders?
Yeah, so the thing with Barry that it made you do, you heard the cliche, stay on your block till you hear the whistle, or play till you hear the whistle. And that was ever more the point with Barry Sanders. You had to stay on your block until you heard that whistle, because like you're saying, Barry, it would be scheduled for Barry to go to the right side, and you turn around and you're on the left side and Barry's behind you. So as an offensive lineman, you never wanted your guy to come off and make the tackle on the Barry Sanders. So whether you were front side or back side, the whole key for me was stay on my block until I hear the whistle blows. Therefore, I know the play is over with. Other than that, with Barry, the play is never over with. So I would say, yeah, it taught me good habits. Even when I left Barry and blocked for other running backs, it taught me the importance of staying on my block till I heard the whistle.
Talking with Lomas Brown, 7-time Pro Bowler, three-time first team All-Pro, won a championship with the Bucs. He's in the Lions Ring of Honor. He's in the Gator Hall of Fame, and he's joining us now on Miller and Moulton.
Lomas, before we go, we had your co-host, AB, on yesterday, Anthony Bellino, and we talked a little bit about the offensive line. And we can't let you go without talking about that offensive line. Cade Mays out for the foreseeable future.
Yes.
How do you view the Lions' offensive line right now, and how can they remedy the situation?
Yeah, that hurt. That hurt. I ain't going to even lie to you. That hurt. Losing your quarterback of your offensive line, the guy that gets that line, the guy that's responsible for the direction that the line slides, the guy that helps Jared Goff pick out the Mike backer, all the little adjustments that the center makes. Plus, if you think about it, he touches the ball more than the quarterback. So without the center, the play doesn't get started. So I just say all that to say the importance of Cade Mays and how devastating that injury was for us. But like you say, guys are going to have to step up. That's been the mentality for Dan Campbell since he's been here. It's next guy up. So a guy like Juice Scruggs, McLaughlin, Michael Neese, these guys are going to have to step up and solidify that spot, because as we know last year, that was I would say, if you want to use the word soft, that was the soft spot of our offensive line last year, was the interior, the center, and the two guards. And only because the guards were young. I think Tate Ratledge going into his second year, I think he should be improved. I'm hoping that Christian Mahogany take over the left guard position and Tate Ratledge at the right guard position. And then you got the rookie Blake Miller, who's done nothing but impress me since he's been in camp. So I think that young man will be able to solidify the right tackle position. And then, of course, we never have to worry about the left tackle position with Panay Sewell out there. So I think right now we're in a better place than we were last year. But from talking with Dan Campbell yesterday, he already said the
Your roof is your
position that
home's
he's
first line of
watching the
defense.
most
At Pelican
is
Roofing
that
of
one.
Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters
We had a little computer malfunction. Sorry about
That's
that,
all
Lomas.
right. That's all right. I'm in radio, so I know how that works.
You know these things happen. For whatever reason, when I couldn't get you
Yes.
on, I had to reset, and things just start firing on their own, Lomas.
That's all right. That's all right.
You know, one of the things, and I could talk to you about old stuff for 2 days, but what you mentioned the line and Dan Campbell, one of the things, and I think this is a big positive for the Lions this year. I didn't necessarily like the fact they didn't do anything to the deadline the last couple of years. I didn't love some of their free agent moves the last couple of years. And this year, there's no monster free agent move, but what they seemed to do was go out and get a bunch of guys who have experience. If you look at the 2 deep from this team, a lot of the backups have experience. They were free agents that were brought in. How much is that going to help this year? Because obviously May getting hurt's big, but what's behind the line this year seems to have a lot more experience than what I remember in the past couple of years, because the Lions have gone through a ton of injuries on both sides of the ball for the last 2 years, and it's crushed them defensively. But if you look at their O-line and you look at some of the defense, it looks as if they've got a lot of veteran backups, and that should help, right?
Yeah, that should, and you're right. And we used to always say when we were in the league, it's not about your starting 22, meaning your starting offense and your starting defense. It's about that second 22, those backups, the guys that are going to have to come in if injuries take place. And the one thing that you want for your backups to be able to do when they come in is you don't want the level of play to fall off that much from your starter to your backup. You know the levels of play is going to fall off some, but you just can't have a big fall off from your starter to your backup. And you're right. I think Dan Campbell, I think Brad Holmes, they went out and they addressed that by some of the veterans that they brought in here this year, because we know that injury is going to happen. We know that's part of the game. You just have to have yourself prepared for it, have the right people in place to when it does happen, it doesn't affect your team really, really bad.
All right. We asked this of all guys that have had great pro careers and great college careers. You can suit up for one game. One game. Is it Saturday or Sunday, Lomas?
Oh, I'm going back to Saturday. I'm going back because I know I can handle those guys in college. Them guys are the pros, man. That's a whole different level, man. I remember in 1985 when I got in the league, right? The one thing everybody kept talking about was the speed of the game. The speed of the game, man. You got to get adjusted to the speed of the game. I be damned. The first time we went out there and ran sprints, I'm running sprints, and Eddie Murray, the kicker, just blew past me like I'm standing still. And I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, if kickers run this fast, I know this is a fast game that I got to get my speed up for. So I think I'll start off with the college guys and maybe work my way back up to Sunday, but I'm starting on Saturday.
Is there a team? Is there a team you still hate? Is there a team you'd still on Saturday that you want to line up against? I think I know who it is.
Florida State. Florida State. Every time. I'm telling you, I was fortunate enough to go 4-0 versus Florida State when I was at Florida. And the reason why I had this big menacing man crush on them, and not a good man crush, is because every school in the state of Florida recruited me. I'm talking about FAMU. I'm talking about Stetson, UA, whatever. Every school except for Florida State recruited me, and I've always had a grudge against those guys. So yes, Florida State. I'll do something with that chomp, not the chomp, but that whatever they do. I don't know what they do. The tomahawk.
There you go.
It is,
there you go.
Yeah.
He's Lomas Brown. He's a Hall of Famer from the University of Florida. He's in the Ring of Honor with the Lions. Lomas, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I love going back with those guys. I could have done the whole thing and not mentioned this year's team once. But Trent asked a question, so there was a legit follow-up. I know people like to hear the stories. The fact that he got outran by Eddie Murray is fantastic. And I think there's more Gators than Knowles out there. So I know y'all enjoyed that. We'll see. I was doing great early in the year and hanging in the top 10. I've crapped out because it's all based on the money they win. So you need to find a winner. But I mean, there's been weeks that I've had the top guy and 3 guys miss the cut. It's like, whatever. But you get 2 A's, 2 B's, and 2 C's. So like Fleetwood and Elberg are my A's. Kim and Hideki are the B's. Thagala is the C. And I'm telling you, there are weeks when they're the non-signature events. There are 3 guys. I don't even have a clue who they are, the B guys and C guys. I've not a clue. And I thought I followed golf a little bit. And I'm going, who the hell are these guys?
Man, this golf thing's got you fired up.
I'm talking to Jules about it. She asked who I picked.
I know. I'm just
it doesn't have me fired up at all. It's just I've been a fantasy golf league. I've done poorly, so I've asked them for their advice today, and someone gave me Oberg, and Hideki was actually Bearman's pick. So whatever. It's $50 for the year. It's made it more entertaining for me.
No kidding. Rowdy, thanks. He makes it easy. Lomas is awesome. I love Lomas Brown. He's great.
Yep, like going back with those guys. I like the stories. I
wish we could have gotten into Florida more, but
I think
we'll do that in the future.
In fact, since we did, because we did the Lions yesterday and he wasn't available, that's why I wanted to really go back.
Yeah, I got you.
More than forward.
But that was funny because even he says, he's like, I'd rather strap up on a Saturday.
There's never been one guy we've had that said they'd rather play a game on Sunday. They all loved playing college ball.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Oh, Jules, I don't know. I had like 3 guys last week that I had no clue who the hell they were. Honest to God. The week before, it was like the 3M. I'm like, who are these guys? I even asked David, and David, because I asked David before the show, I said, I've got, A, B, and C. He's like, yeah, I don't know. Don't know. And I'm doing research, like I'll look up 3 or 4 sites that do fantasy golf and see what their sleeper picks are and stuff like that. I spend, I don't know, 10 minutes of researching it. I don't care that much, especially since I'm out of it. But if I win a week, I'd like to get a little money back. Because I got to give him 50 for football coming up.
No kidding.
He does it. It's the guy that I play golf with. He does a great job. He writes recaps every week and gives it to people. Uses a little AI help for it. He admits it, and they're funny. The recaps are spectacular. He just gives it to people.
I've got a quick thing for you. I don't know if it'll fill the segment. I don't know if you want it to fill the segment, but I got a Westbrook question for you, just quickly.
A Westbrook question for me?
Westbrook question, yes.
Okay, well, that's my.
You don't have to if you don't want to, but.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Nice chat with Lomas Brown. Love the stories about training camp and like every, whether it was Lomas, whether it was Michael Irvin years ago, we have asked players for years if they could suit up for one more game, would it be Saturday or Sunday? And they all say Saturday for different reasons, but they all love their history in college. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Coming up, we will preview the Packers. Bill Michaels hosts a daily show in Milwaukee and covers all things Wisconsin. So we'll definitely get a Packers preview from him, and also probably throw in a couple of Brewers questions because this 3-game slide in San Diego has them now not in the top spot anymore. And the Cubs are on their heels because the Cubbies have played great baseball lately. So Bill Michaels coming up in about 18 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. The Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is always open. 21,000 the number, 21000 Pelican Roofing of Florida. Proud sponsor of Miller and Moulton.
Very nice. Mark, I have a quick question for you because Russell Westbrook retired yesterday. This is a guy who played for almost 2 decades. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He won an MVP award. He never won a championship. So I understand his standing in history. But my question to you, I guess, is more of a zoom out thing as a father because, my dad would always show me like videos of Dennis Rodman, and he'd be like, that's who you should play like. And I did, damn it. I mean, when I was in 8th grade, I was Dennis Rodman. It was fun. But I'm curious, do you have, because Russell Westbrook to me is one of those players for the modern day of like, it doesn't matter what time of the game it is. It doesn't matter what the situation is, regular season, postseason. He played hard every time. And that was one of the, I would say, feathers in the cap for Russell Westbrook. His motor was unbelievable. So I'm curious to you if it's, whether it's Jacob when he was younger or your daughter now, is there an athlete that you like put on for them? Like show them, their highlights and say, you got to play like this person.
No, never did it. And now, unfortunately, with Jake, because of divorce and things like that, we didn't spend nearly as much time together as I would have liked, but I've never tried to get either of my children to emulate superstars. I don't. You have to understand one thing about me. I like youth sports for kids playing games. There are far more parents who think that their kids are far better than they are. I know. I'm 5'8". My wife's 5'2". My daughter is going to be vertically challenged. She's a nice little gymnast. She's not going to be a collegiate gymnast, and she knows that. What I want, what I demanded out of my son and I demand out of my daughter is be respectful of your coaches and work your ass off. That's all I care about. I don't have them emulate athletes because I don't think it's fair. I really don't.
That is more important. Don't get me wrong. You're a great father for that. Don't get me wrong. I just am curious. My dad would always put on highlights of certain players and say, this is who you play like. This is what you do. And, it's not necessarily emulating superstars, but, my dad knew my limitations. He knew that I couldn't shoot. He knew that I wasn't going to be tall. He's like, you got to just hustle like Rodman. So I was just curious because Russell Westbrook, to me, I really don't remember basketball before him. I think he graduated UCLA in 2009. So I guess I do, but not much. He played for almost 2 decades. He was one of the ultimate hustlers. And I just think that any dad out there who's, coaching their kids up to be little hustlers in basketball, that's a guy you look on. You turn on the tape for Russell Westbrook. And it really doesn't matter if he was wearing a Thunder jersey or a Kings jersey just last season when he was washed. He was always given 100%. And I just want to give him kudos.
Yeah, I have to be honest. I'm not I'm not an NBA guy. I can probably count on both hands the number of times I actually watched Russell Westbrook play in a regular season game because most of his career was out west, so those games were late. I've been doing mornings for a while. 2, it's just, I've said it before, I don't like the style that game's played in now. And it's funny, you say he's the ultimate hustler. I thought he was the ultimate compiler. I thought Russ was worried about Russ. And that's to me what I take. So that's not someone, I've said it before. And I think, I've known your dad for a lot of years. One of the things that I think I was very lucky growing up is that the guys that I looked up to sports-wise all seemed to be pretty good guys. Like my favorite Piston was never Isaiah. I like Joe Dumars. My favorite, Barry Sanders threw the ball to the referee. And I know that, that's old school Reverend guys. And I like the guys that celebrate. But the class of Barry Sanders was something that as a Detroit fan growing up, and I was never a Lions fan, but I love Barry Sanders. It was always fun to watch him play and he acted like been there, done that. Steve Yzerman, the player, not the general manager. Steve Yzerman, got the captaincy at 19, 20 years old and wore the captaincy for all those years and emulated class as a captain of the Detroit Red Wings. And, Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker in the middle of the infield, 2 guys that were just consummate professionals. So I always felt lucky that those were the guys I watched. But, as a little kid, we always tried to imitate swings. I know my son and I, because the Tigers were pretty good when he was little, we'd play wiffle ball in the backyard and he would bat either right-handed or left-handed, depending. He would do the Tigers lineup and go back and forth. So we did a lot of that. But I it was never something I did because I never wanted the pressure of my kids thinking that I expected that out of them. I tell my daughter all the time with sports, honey, I don't care if you play. I don't care if you quit all of this tomorrow. I want you to get good grades. That's all I care about. I'm not that. I think anybody who's listened knows my thoughts on, and the fact that my daughter's now playing on a travel team, I'm almost hypocritical in the way I've been, but it's the only choice we had. So I look at it from a kid standpoint, I want them to work hard. And I want them to respect their coaches. I want them, when Lomas Brown talked about Eddie Murray beat him in sprints, I want my kids to win sprints. And I remember I was no good. I started playing hockey because the 3 Catholic schools merged and there was no room for the short white point guard who couldn't jump. So I started skating because, the point guards on our team at 5'8" were dunking by then. So there was not a lot of room for me on the basketball team. But I remember other kids getting yelled at because I out hustled them and they had more talent than me. So
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm a work hard guy, but I never did it. I never said play like this guy or play like that guy. It never even entered my vote. It never even entered my mind. Not that it's the wrong thing to do. It just never entered my mind.
Well, there's no problem with that, and honestly, Mark, you're trust me, you're a better father for that if we zoom out and actually look at the big picture. But I'm just saying, I was curious if there was a name that came to mind for you of like someone you'd always point to and say, be like him. But I understand your point about don't be like superstars because, quite frankly, you're not going to be one. So there's no reason to go out of your way to try to emulate this person because you're never going to live up to that.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Packers talk coming up. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com or anywhere that you download your podcast to pick up anything you missed. David Bearman joined us in the 7 o'clock hour. A lot of good information, and he's going to be with us all year. Love the way that he talks about, from a gambling standpoint, some really good podcasts to listen to, gives some great information on the newsletter. In fact, I think he had an under bet on Cleveland. I'll have to double check that, but he's already fading the Browns. So that's one for you down the road. We'll find out, more the point he made about the Packers is they just win 10 games every year.
Yeah.
Is 10 going to be enough to win the NFC North? I think you have to get to 11, but the division's so incredibly competitive that it will be interesting to see. Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago. Can you get to 11, or does one of them have more in them to be a 1 seed overall? We'll talk Packers next. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Bill is confirmed, Mark. Just so you know, he just texted me.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
I hope so. 3 minutes before the interview.
I'm just saying, I got nothing to worry about.
You told me on Tuesday we had him, so telling me he's set 3 minutes before when you told me on Tuesday he's booked, dude. I got to be honest with you. You're scaring the hell out of me this morning.
I was triple checking with him. I checked with him last night, and then I just texted him now, and I said, "Are we good to call you in a few?" And I just clarified. I said it's not coming from my number; it'll be from Mark. So he's ready to go.
Bill, you got us?
I got you.
Okay, perfect. I always get you. Anytime I got a board that I use Bluetooth and do everything out of the house, so I still get scared every time I click it over.
Perfect.
Hey, thanks for joining, Bill.
Oh, no problem. Looking forward to that time of year, you know?
Yep. Hang on. I'm going to make one adjustment here.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. The great 8 hour continues. We talked to Lomas Brown earlier this hour and now talking to Bill Michaels. He's the host of the Bill Michaels Show. You can hear it all over the great state of Wisconsin. Covers everything Wisconsin. Bucks, Badgers, but we're going to talk a little more Packers and might slide in a little Brewers as well. You can follow Bill on X at Bill_Michaels, Bill_Michaels. Bill, it's Mark and Trent. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing very well. You know, it's funny. We've been doing the NFC North this week down here in Florida, trying to preview as many divisions and as many teams as we can as we get ready for the start of the season. And just had a betting guest on earlier in the show, and he was talking about the North, and he's like, well, the Packers are always going to win 10 games. You kind of know that going in. When you look at this team, is this a double-digit win team to you?
That's a great question because you can go – there's so many different prognosticators. One says 8 wins. Another one says 13. I look at it as an analyst. If you look at the games specifically at home, because they only have 2 noon games. The rest of the games are either Sunday night, Monday night, mid-afternoon, or Thursday night. So statistically, analytically speaking, if you're going to be a betting person, you look at the statistics, the road team usually doesn't fare well on those games. So you would say if you look at all of that and then the games they should win, the Packers could end up winning 11 to 12 games, which is where I started. I started about 11, and I can say plus or minus 1. You know, that's where I'm at. I've had a friend of mine who's predicted the Packers correctly over the exact record of the last 4 years, and he's only missed 1 game. He said the Packers are going to win 13, And then we've got one of the writers who cover the Packers every day who said they're going to win only 9 and miss the playoffs. So it's a very much an enigma, and it's an enigma without Aaron Rodgers, put it that way. I think it's a really good football team. I think that they've got some depth that they haven't had. I guess the question is, did they guess right? And by that I mean, did they guess right at the left tackle position? Did they guess right by giving John Ryan, the center, all that money? Did they guess right when they picked up Jagger Burton and all of a sudden Jacob Monk, who couldn't figure out a starting lineup if he had to, suddenly becomes a guy that's vying for the starting right guard position? Did they guess right in cutting loose Romeo Doubs and Dontavian Wicks and sticking with the big three of Christian Watson, Matthew Golden, and Jaden Reed? If they did all of that, then yeah, this team can win 12, 13 games because they'll be that good if it all comes together. But it's an enigma. I still think pound for pound, Detroit's the best team in the division. I think the schedule alone and the fact that you can't carry over, come from behind wins and all the turnovers means Chicago might have a recession. I don't know what Kyler Murray's going to bring to the table for 7 or 8 games this year because he's only good for half a season. So I don't know what he's going to do in Minnesota. So I think the Packers still have a legitimate shot at winning the division, probably with 11 to 12 wins.
Well, Bill, it's funny that you say that pound for pound, Detroit's the best team in the division, because I agree with you, but they just finished in 4th, and they only won 9 games, right? So that goes to show how competitive this division can be. But I guess I want to ask you, I guess the elephant in the room is Micah Parsons. I mean, what are you hearing about him? How is he going to fare this season? What's he going to do when he comes back, if and when he comes back?
I just go by what I know in this many years of not only having the same injury, but also covering the league. You're never the same player when you come back that year. You're the same player the year after you come back from the injury. So I don't expect Micah Parsons to be Micah Parsons. But if he's 80% of Micah Parsons, he's still the best defensive end that they have and the best edge rusher they have when he returns. Now, the question is, can they fill the bill with Lucas Van Ness and company and Brenton Cox and everybody else that they're going to throw at them? Can they do it on the outside and be a good football team, a good defense with Jonathan Gannon, the new defensive coordinator? And then when Micah Parsons returns in, say, week 6 or 7 or 8 or whenever it does that he's actually going to come back, then that's like a big, massive free agent pickup mid-season. And then he becomes an accentuating piece rather than the key figure in the defense, because that's what happened last year is they relied on him. And then you saw what happened after he went down in Denver, that they never won a game after that. So that's my question is not only can he come back, but can he come back and be, say, 80% of the guy that he was to a defense that, say, is near the top 10? Because if they're near the top 10 and say there's top 7 or 8 or 9, can he put them in the top 5? Because you look at defenses historically, you don't win Super Bowls with defenses that are 15th, 16th, 14th, 13th. You got to be top 10 or inside the top 5 to win a Super Bowl. So if that's your goal, that's where you have to be when Micah Parsons returns to have him then accentuate you. So I think he's going to be a good player. I don't know if he's going to be the great Micah Parsons until maybe next season.
The defense is important, but what you talked about earlier, and even when we just spoke briefly off air, the quarterback position. Look at Jordan Love. To me, that's the enigma because I see greatness sometimes. I've also seen, what was it, the pizza guy there in the Giants outplay him a couple of years ago. So I just don't know what to make of Jordan Love. Last year, the TD to interception ratio was impeccable. His completion percentage is really good. And when I look at the Packers, obviously it's only as far as your quarterback can take him. Does Jordan Love, in your opinion, continue to rise? Because I think each year he's gotten a little better. Does he become a guy that, I don't know, is he a top 10 quarterback this year? Because to me, if he is, that 12, 13 number you're talking about, that's very realistic.
This is what I would look at. Look at 3rd and 2 in the game against the Bears in which they lost and got knocked out of the postseason. 3rd and 2, he had about 8 yards of daylight, and he chose to throw it away and turn it over to let them punt the ball away and let the defense handle it. Josh Allen wouldn't do that. Patrick Mahomes wouldn't do that. Joe Burrow wouldn't do that. Tom Brady wouldn't do that. Lamar Jackson wouldn't do that. If you want to be great, you gotta take those moments and you gotta go for it. There was too much inconsistency. I agree with you. Look, he's an unbelievably talented quarterback. Statistically, he has grown in the position and become really, really good. We throw the term around great too often, because that's great to me as a Hall of Famer. He's not great. Great to me, I think what would elevate his game is if he stuck his nose in there and said, I will not be denied. I will make sure that we keep moving the sticks. I'll make sure that we keep the football and keep the defense off the field. Let's go win a damn game. At what point does Jordan Love have the ability or the history of saying, guys, get on my back, here we go? I think that's what's missing from his game. And people always ask me, well, what does that mean? What is, I had the great Greg Cosell ask me, what does that mean? And I said, Greg, the best way I can describe it is when the Supreme Court was asked years ago to define what pornography is, they couldn't give you a detailed list, but what they said was, we know it when we see it. That's what I'm talking about with Jordan Love. He'll go, 21 points or 24 points in the first half of a ball game, or maybe the first 4 drives, and all of a sudden an enigma. He goes away. There's nothing there in the third quarter. He's got 5 straight 3-and-outs. That inconsistency cannot happen anymore. He's got to be the guy that continually moves the football. And I'm not saying, look, you have to go score a touchdown every time, but I think he has to have that inner, for lack of a better term, that inner Favre in him that would not be denied. That guy that says, hey, we're in a street fight here. I need to beat you. That's what I want to see out of Jordan Love. That's the next level for Jordan Love that would take him from, a really good quarterback to an elite level quarterback, and maybe to actually satisfy everybody to be that dark horse for an MVP type of season. That to me is what I need to see out of Jordan Love.
So if he's going to take that step and be an elite level quarterback, who is going to be the number one? Because honestly, Bill, I think it's Jaden Reed. I think Jaden Reed, and then obviously Tucker Kraft at tight end. He's a hell of a tight end. But who's the receiver that you look at that you can rely on to stay healthy, catch balls, run the deep routes, be reliable for Jordan Love?
Well, your first sentence there was stay healthy. I mean, that's a great question, because Christian Watson's had a history of injuries. Even Matthew Golden was a little bit nicked up last year. So was Jaden Reed. I'll go through the litany of guys, what they have. When Christian Watson came back from the knee injury last year, and you saw that inside go route, and he just burned everybody, caught a beautiful pass from Jordan Love into the end for the touchdown against the Vikings. That was like, wow, okay, there's your guy. And he established himself right away as that's your number one. And then he kind of faded via the game plan. Matthew Golden never got in the game plan last year, but has shown all kinds of progress this year in camp. I mean, he was just an absolute star on family night. And everybody keeps saying, just get the guy the ball. Look at his moves. I mean, he can become something phenomenal. And then there's Jaden Reed, who is absolutely the smartest and best and most crisp route runner they have. He's right place, right time. I keep saying that I don't necessarily need to see a number one, but I think the sum of its parts, the sum will be greater than its parts. I think they're deep. And then you throw in, oh, by the way, one of the most incredible security blankets at tight end they've seen in a long time, probably since Chimura back in 94, 95, 96, where you could just know you could go to the guy and he was going to pick up a first down, but has the ability to break one open. I think that's Tucker Kraft. And he also has a great catch readiness and some of the best hands on the team. So I think together they're going to be really good. But to me, the biggest question mark is if the offensive line, here's the thing with the run game, guys, because the run game is going to be vital. But 2 years ago with Josh Jacobs' average first touch from an opponent was 1.25 yards downfield. Last year, it was 1.23 yards in the backfield. You're talking almost a 3-yard swing because the offensive line could not stop penetration. If they can have any semblance of a run game with Josh Jacobs and pray to God that Marshawn Lloyd, who was the best running back in the draft a couple of years ago that has never played in the NFL because of injuries, and now he looks really good. If they can have a 1-2 punch in the run game that gives them some time to keep guys off of Jordan Love, because statistically Jordan Love is an assassin. And that's not my words. That's Pro Football Focus's words and Sumer Sports words. He's an assassin in the pocket. If they can keep him upright, I think he can have a tremendous season and this offense will hum. But to me, much like Detroit when they lost Ragnow, and you know how that was because it's tough to fill your center position and your captain position. If they can have a good offensive line, I think this offense is going to fly.
And I think the offensive line can be very good. I do want to switch gears and ask you about the Brewers. This little 3-game losing streak out in San Diego and the Cubs have been playing unbelievable baseball, has brought them back into the fold. The Brewers made a attempt for Skubal. They didn't get him. I don't know how much that hurt the clubhouse because they've been the most unrecognized team in baseball for 3 years. What do the Brewers need to do to get to the finish line and win the division?
They need to hit. I mean, that's it. They've got guys that are massively struggling. Christian Yelich, recently he started to hit again, which is a good sign, but Christian Yelich has been nothing more than a paperweight, and they keep him in the lineup, and he looks lost. He's swinging. His strikeout to walk ratio is abysmal. He started out on fire, and then all of a sudden, even his on-base percentage has sunk. The way this team wins is they work the count. They get on base, whether it's via walk, hit by pitch, slap hit, whatever it is. They steal bases. They put pressure on defenses to make mistakes, and that's how they score runs. And then they come up with a few clutch hits, decent pitching, and they'll beat you 5-4, 3-2, whatever. Right now, they're not getting those clutch hits. They're not getting guys on base. And I said this the other day on my show. I said it is, as a Brewers fan, it's almost exhausting to watch this team play. They're grinding so hard, and they're not getting that big inning. You know, everybody needs that big inning where you get your confidence back and you get 4 runs, 5 runs, you get separation, you can breathe, you know, or you get that big game where all of a sudden you just pound out, 16 hits, 11 runs. They have not been able to get that in a long time. And you've watched that run differential close and shrink over the last couple of weeks because they're just not winning games the same way. They're a good baseball team. They're relying so much on their pitching that their pitching's becoming a little bit tired at this point in the season, and the offense isn't picking them up. You know, you've had Contreras, who has just looked awful at the plate. Yelich, who has looked bad at the plate. Churrio's finally starting to hit the ball again, but he hasn't looked good. And they've had some injuries. So this team needs to get their offense back. It's not about the pitching. As much as Scuba would have made a great addition to this team and given them a shot of adrenaline to say, hey, we believe in you, they have got to get their offense back on track.
Well, on the pitching front, Mizorowski's incredible. And when I watch him on television, it's like if he's pitching and they're on, it's must-watch TV. What's it like? What's it like in the ballpark? Like, seriously, because you know what I'm saying. Like, to watch a guy on television is one thing. To see a pitcher like that live, it's just different, right?
It's unbelievably different. There's an electricity to it because you really believe that, at one, anything can happen. You could witness history at any point in time. But I'll give you a great example of what the excitement is. So around the city of Milwaukee, really the state of Wisconsin, the Brewers have billboards. You know, when the Brewers have a series coming up, it'll say, hey, don't forget, get your tickets now for whatever the promotions are. And the Rockies are here and they play on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But when the billboards go up that say Mizorowski on Sunday, that's the only guy. They don't put it up for Drohan. They don't put it up for Harrison. They don't put it up for anybody else. It says Miz pitches Sunday, 1 p.m. That's it. So, I mean, it's not, you're not advertising the team. You're not advertising the matchup. It's just like, hey, Mizorowski pitches Sunday, 1 p.m. Tickets on sale. I mean, and you just watch. People just care about Miz. I mean, it's crazy. They don't advertise any other player. They don't say, hey, Christian Yelich is hitting the ball well. They don't say, Pat Murphy's got pocket pancakes. None of that. They say Miz pitches Monday. That's the excitement he's brought to this town and to this Brewers fan nation.
Man, and he is something. I would love to see the guy throw it in person. He's Bill Michaels. He's something as well. Follow him on X. Bill_Michaels covers everything Wisconsin on daily in the afternoons. Bill, thanks so much for doing this. Really appreciate it.
Guys, anytime. Appreciate you.
Bill Michaels here on Miller and Moulton. Well, the Great 8 is complete. Lomas Brown to talk some old school training camp and a little Florida Gators. And then Bill Michaels to give you a preview of the Packers. He's as confused as the rest of us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams-Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The Floormeister.
Fantasy.
Interesting. But if the Big 12 and ACC
Mark, do you like Rush, the band?
I love Rush, and you became very, very loud for some reason, Trent.
Am I still loud?
Yeah, I don't. That is 10 times louder than it was. I don't know what
Well, I
changed.
haven't changed anything on my end.
All right, I'm turning you down. There.
Okay.
Popping.
Sorry about that.
Feeney, no. David resigned from the show on Friday. Last Friday was his last show. The pain has become too much, and David is unfortunately no longer a part of this show. I love him to death. I miss him dearly, but no, Feeney, I know you've been gone, and I know, my goodness, what you've gone through is amazing. But holy cow, yeah. And I got louder. I didn't touch anything, so I don't know how that is. But all right, if you say so, huh?
Well, as long as it sounds good on the air, that's all that really matters.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley sitting in the co-pilot seat this morning. Thanks so much for making us part of your mornings. The Pro Hour, Jacksonville, Tampa. Good morning. I promise we'll focus more on the Jags coming up than, it's been a lot of Bucks and a lot of Rays, so I almost apologize to our Jacksonville audience for not giving enough love to the Jags. But with the Rays run and the little 9-0 stretch they're on, all-time record, only the second team to ever pull off 9 straight wins out west. The Red Sox have done it once, and now the Rays have done it once. But interesting right there, Bill Michaels talking about the Brewers. For you National League fans, the Cubbies are within 3. And right now, as he said, the Brewers having trouble scoring runs, having trouble putting the big inning together. And we'll see what that means in that division. It seems, the Red Sox went on their run and it looked like, wow, not only are they going to catch the Yankees, but do they have a shot at the Rays? And that fell apart pretty quickly because now they're on their own losing streak. So the Cubs have been playing unbelievable baseball. And what's interesting here is that the Brewers just got done getting swept by the Padres. Their reward, they go to LA for 4 starting today. So, tough stretch. They still have to go to Chicago for 4, and they host Chicago for 3. So 7 games between the Brewers and Cubs. That division, to me, is still very much in play. I think the AL Central obviously in play. The White Sox have the lead, but there are 4 teams in that race. Cleveland, Detroit, Minnesota, still all viable. Someone's got to win the AL West. I think it's going to be Houston when it's all said and done, but they're having trouble getting out of their own way. They went on a great run. What was it, like June, when they went from way back where they should have been a team that we thought was going to trade?
They got hot, yeah.
To winning a bunch of games and getting themselves right back in it. So, the Rays are playing great right now. Do the Rays have a stretch in them that they seemingly haven't done it much all year? I know they lost right after the All-Star break, had a little losing streak when they were swept there by the Red Sox. But, when you look at the Rays schedule ahead, even into September, they've got the Braves on the schedule. They've got 3 with the Red Sox and 4 with the Yankees. But their schedule the rest of the way, to me, is very doable. So I don't see the teams that are going to put the pressure, their opposition to be able to take a lot of games from the Rays. If the Rays, put it this way, if the Rays play 500 baseball the rest of the way, they've played 120 games. If they win 21 more games, that's 95. I don't think, because that would mean the Yankees have to win 27 of their last 42. I just don't think it can be done. I mean, If the Rays play 500 baseball the rest of the way, I think they win the division, Trent.
Yeah, I do too. And I think the Yankees know the game they're playing at this point. They're playing their cards. They know that they're not healthy. It just is what it is. They just want to get in and then hopefully, make some noise. But I'm curious your answer on this, Mark, because I don't know which conference to me would be considered more wide open. I've been debating this because on one hand, for very different reasons, on one hand, you have the American League where all the teams, I don't want to say suck, but you've only got one good division, And then in the NL, you have most of the best teams in baseball. So I'm curious, which conference do you think is more winnable?
Well, by conference, I know you mean league. I think the American League is more winnable for more teams. And this is where, going back to something that, David wanted the Rays to go all in on Skubal. I didn't think that's what they needed. And I think any team obviously could use a Tarek Skubal, but
do you know, did they even make an offer? Do you have any idea?
I don't know if they made a serious offer. It seemed like it was the Brewers, the Braves a little bit, but it was really the Brewers and Dodgers at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But as I've said before, I don't know how much winning a World Series does to the pockets of the Rays. And I'm sorry to treat it this way, but if this were a year out from the new ballpark, if this was 2028, then I think you should be all in. I think doing what they're doing is just fine because it doesn't bring anybody into the ballpark next year. It's not selling many more season tickets. But look, if the I've said it before, I really believe if Judge comes back, and I think they really need to have Judge back in 2.5 weeks time. I think Judge needs all of September to get back to the everyday part of baseball because he's going to DH when he comes back. This is my only problem. And I know we've got some diehard Yankee fans that listen to the show every day. I've got a buddy that's a diehard Yankees fan. When you look at the roster, they have a lot of DHs and a lot of first basemen. How does the lineup get set and where are you putting? Are you going to take the chance of putting Judge back in the field? Because I don't think you can't afford for him to get hurt. And he's certainly not going to be able to come back on day one and go into the outfield. He's going to DH for a bit. So when I look at, they brought in Garcia, they've got a first, third DH problem here. And I don't know how that works when everyone's healthy. But first, they've got to get healthy. Because what looked like was going to be a short injury, with some of the things that are going on, some of these injuries have not been short. Bellinger Bellinger said, "Oh, I can play tomorrow." And all of a sudden you thought it was going to be a 10-day IL thing, and it's 4 to 6 with a hammy. So they've got to get healthy first. But the Red Sox, is this just a Toronto problem? Toronto's had their number all year. Toronto's had their number for a while. So the AL is the most winnable. Yeah, all you've got to do is get hot for 2 weeks, and you can come out in the American League. Obviously, you said it earlier in the show. You're right. The NL's the Dodgers to lose. The Brewers have not shown me anything in the postseason that makes me believe that they can do it. The Braves, I still don't know. I don't think their pitching's as good as everything else that's out there. So the Cubs, to me, are the most interesting because they're the hottest team right now. And I don't know, their starting pitching compared to the Dodgers. I'll take the Dodgers all day. I think but they're hitting the baseball well. So yeah, it's the Dodgers to lose. Here's the thing with the Dodgers to me. If somehow, some way, they don't end up in one of the top 2 spots, and I think that they will. Right now, they're tied with the Braves. The Brewers are only a game better than them. So this series that's coming up between the Brewers and Dodgers is important. If the Dodgers end up in the 3 spot and have to play a wild card, and I don't know, let's just say it's the Phillies. Are they better than the Phillies? Yeah. But for 3 games, could the Phillies steal
yes,
2?
They could. They absolutely could.
To me, if the Dodgers and Shohei, when's he going to start pitching again? Skubal, we know he's only going to be allowed to throw 6 innings per his agent in the postseason. No, but I just look at. I think the Dodgers are the class of the National League. I think they're the team to beat. They just seem to kind of coast through the portions of the regular season because they can.
Yeah,
But
that's okay. I just wanted to ask you the question because I know that, with, ink on paper, you're saying the Dodgers, it's the NL to lose for them. With the AL, you wouldn't say it's the Rays to lose. And I think it might be. If you had to pick one team right now in the AL, I'd pick the Rays.
And I'd bet you every time. I really would. I would bet on I'd bet on the Yankees. Until proven otherwise, I've got to see it from the Rays in the postseason. But it's going to be an interesting run to the playoffs. Now, like I said,
Yeah.
I think the Rays will win the division. And that means the Yankees are going to have to play more baseball. And that means the Yankees aren't going to have their pitching set up for the second round of the postseason, where they're probably going to play the Rays because they're going to be in the 4-5. And Yankees Red Sox could be our first round of the postseason. So they won't have their pitching set, but I love their starting pitching. If they get healthy, I'll still take the Yankees over the Rays. It prove me wrong, Rays. I would love to see it. The closer's been terrific. What's he going to do in the postseason? How's the pressure of the postseason going to affect him? And the one thing that I love about the Rays team, though, is that I think you get the ball in play a little bit more in the, moving runners over a little bit of small ball. And I know the Yankees will still mash, but the Rays defensively are really good. And I think that makes a difference in the postseason.
I think I know your answer to this, but do you think the Yankees right now are worried at all?
No.
I don't think they're worried one bit.
No. I mean, are you serious?
No, I'm saying I think they know exactly what their situation is. They have some injuries. They're just biding their time. They know they're a playoff team because the AL is terrible. So they know that they're going to be just fine. All they got to do is get healthy. You're right, Mark. I get it. But I'll stand on this hill, or I'll die on this hill. It's the Rays conference to lose. And by conference, I mean league. Sorry.
Yeah, they've been doing this American League and National League thing here for a little while, Trent. I don't know if you're aware.
I know.
In fact, there was a time they didn't play one another in the leagues. The umpires wore different outfits, and the pitchers could bat in the National League.
I'm just not as quick on my feet as you, Mark Miller. That's all.
Well,
that's my problem.
I just, baseball, we do leagues. Basketball, hockey, and football, we have conferences.
Right.
And Sunday is 3 days from now, Trent. Just want to let you know.
And in football, we have 4 conferences four divisions per conference. I know. Sorry. Math. I know. We already did this earlier. We did this in the 7 o'clock hour, the math thing.
Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show, you can add 2 + 2 and figure out a way to get it, whether it's Spotify, Apple Podcast, or wherever you download your podcast, millerandmoulton.com as well. We'll figure out tomorrow what we're going to do guest list-wise. I know we're going to talk some Vikings. We'll figure out a few other things. Pat Kerwin will join us at 8 o'clock. He was in Washington for camp. Now he's doing the Saints. So he had Washington and Miami yesterday. Talked with Dan Quinn. I listened to a little bit of that interview. We'll catch up with Pat on the show tomorrow. We'll talk the Vikings to finish off our NFC North. Probably move to the NFC East. The main reason we didn't do that division this week is that the Cowboys train in California. And it's impossible to get one of the Cowboys beat writers on when they're on Pacific time. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. That's all still ahead. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for listening.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And With a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Johnny Mac, the Yankees aren't missing the playoffs. Now, if they get bounced early, I'd be interested to see what happens, but they're literally 8.5 in front. I mean, they're further ahead of the last wild card than they are behind Tampa. They're not missing the playoffs. I mean, that's not even close. I did not, Paul, I saw it. Someone sent it to me. I thought it was just in certain areas. I did not realize, and I just checked it. It's at every Publix. Thank you. It gets me through a segment. I'm going to see if Trent knows what 10 items mean. Whew.
Ugh, this math thing, Mark. Sorry about that.
Jesus, Trent. I mean, come
I know,
on, man. It's the American League. It's the National League. They've
I
been doing
know.
it for 130 years. I'm in the middle of talking baseball, and you start talking conferences. I'm like, what? He's going to football on me? What's he talking about? I'm like, these
I
are,
know.
come on, man.
I
don't know what's the matter. I don't know if you're doing something else. I don't know if you're already working on the other job, but come on.
No, I get it. It's only a joke for so long. It's not.
It's not a joke. I mean, look at it. Doesn't, not being a jerk here. It doesn't make me sound bad, but it makes the show sound bad, and it makes you sound dumb.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, come on now. I know you know these things. Just.
Paul, I don't do caffeine. Maybe I should. Yeah, JB. I'm just saying, maybe.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, wrapping things up. Final hour here on a Thursday. Thanks so much for listening. So, some big news hit yesterday. Big news, at least in my world. Now, I will say I don't go to this store as much as I used to. But for those of us in Florida, there is one grocery store. Yeah, I understand there are a lot of places you can go to, but Publix has been the place. Publix is the king of grocery stores in the state of Florida. And I guess they've had enough of people like me, and maybe they don't want me back anymore. And this seems to be an indicator that what I have been preaching for years has fallen not only upon deaf ears, but it's gotten to the point where they don't want me back. And that's the 10 and under line. Because I've told the story a million times. It's a bone of contention, and it's something I would have paid money. I would love to see the video. I want one day for someone to walk up to me and say, I was in line behind your dad. Because my dad's been gone for, I think, 8 years now, something like that. For whatever reason, I don't remember death days. I remember birthdays. Anyhow, when my father was still alive, there was a Publix right near the bar that actually both he and I would go to after work a lot. Well, he was retired, but I would go after work because it was a pool hall and he was a smoker. And it was one of the few places you could still rip a long dart. And he would leave from Strikers, was the name of the bar, and head over to Publix to get his 5-6 items to go make himself dinner that night. And, well, he had the respect for the 10 and under item aisle. And there was some guy with a bunch of yogurts. And my dad gave the guy grief over having like 8 yogurts along with his 6-7 items. And he's like, you got more than 10. And while I don't condone drinking and driving, Fred had a couple. And he was getting a little upset with the gentleman in front of him who tried to claim that the 8 yogurts were one item. And my dad took one of the yogurts, smashed it on his forehead, and his yogurt dripped down the man's face. My father left the store and I think went to a drive-thru. And I tell that story. One, is it awful? Yeah. Is it funny? To me, it's hilarious. And particularly those people that knew my father. But I tell that because that's probably where I got the 10 an item gene from. In fact, not probably, it's for certain. But Publix has now done away with the 10 an item line. It's over. You now apparently can take as many items as you want into the express line. There is no set item limit. Apparently, the workers now have more flexibility in managing customer flow, and the focus is on reducing wait times rather than enforcing a specific number of items. Here's a little clue for you guys at Publix. You never gave a damn about the number of items. I asked you. I asked the workers. It was not their fault. They were told by management. And this is to a worker, because I've asked more than one. You got to trust me on this. Because I would count. I was awful. And I haven't done it in a long time. I will say my little bout at Moffitt and what happened to me kind of changed me
for the better. There's no doubt. But I would loudly count their items while they were in line. And when I'd get to 13 and 14, and I had a woman one time, "You're rude." I said, "Well, you can't count."
Do you remember the first time you ever did that, Mark Miller?
Oh, God, no. I've been doing it for years. I mean,
well, I assumed that.
I'm
wondering.
Old. I have no idea when that started, but it's been a while. Now,
I was just wondering when you turn the page to actually like doing that to people. I know you've done it a lot.
I'm one of those people now that I use the self-checkout. I don't deal with people. The self-checkout typically is quicker. I don't mind scanning my items. And believe it or not, when I bring my daughter who likes to go to the grocery store with me, at least sometimes, she loves scanning the items. She and I kind of race to see who can do it faster, whether we're at Costco, Aldi's, Publix. It doesn't matter. We're trying to race through, and it's just kind of a game we play. So Publix has gotten rid of the 10 and under. Now, there's not a self-checkout everywhere, but Publix still has some stores have it, some don't. And there's a wonderful, because I use Publix for my pharmacy. So I'm on a lot of pills with what's happened to me. I'm in Publix at least once a month. And the manager of the Publix I go to happens to listen to the show. It's a wonderful man. He came up and said hi to me and said he's rooting for us, said some nice things about David when I saw him last. So, but I did tell him, I said, if you need me to monitor the 10 and item, I will. And he just laughed. But Publix is done with the 10 and under. So I don't really know what an express lane means if you can walk in with 60 items. I really don't.
I guess my question is, how is this going to affect the rest of the grocery store chains? If you know what I mean, like the Krogers, the Myers, like, are they going to start?
Well, you're talking about places, one, that are way away from our listening audience.
Well, I know that Publix is the one down there. I got that.
Like Walmart, where most people go, they forced you to go to the self-checkout. They have they have 20 lanes and 2 people working. The Aldi's that I go to has 1 person that checks you out and 6 self-checkouts. They're telling you, by the way, get your ass to the self-checkout. Now, when I was in Tampa and went to Aldi's, and I don't know if it was where the place was located, they didn't have self-checkout. I don't know if that's fear of people robbing you, but
could be. But Aldi's always been that way, though. They've always had a really good system of, those barcodes on, if you've ever been to Aldi, you've ever shopped there, those products have huge barcodes. So, I mean, they slide them right into the cart, really, on the end of the deal.
Right,
and
but they are trying to get you to self-checkout. The one thing that I think is interesting about self-checkout is every time I do a good, bad, and ugly, it's someone ripping off a Target or someone ripping off a Walmart because they're putting, a 10-cent item through the checkout while they're putting a $20 thing in their grocery bag. And I know eventually these people get caught, but, the express, I would think, would lead to more theft. I just think it would. I could be crazy, but the 10 and item has ended at Publix. Thus, my reign of terror on people in the 10 and item line at Publix has come to an official end. David may have left this show at the right time.
That's a great point. Because when I think of 10 and under, I think of you and David. Because I know you guys have both talked about it in the past. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, he's been more ornery about it in the past than you have.
Far more ornery. I have lightened up. I just kind of, again, because I know for a fact that the general managers tell the workers, just let them go through. Don't stop them. This is, I hate the phrase, the customer is always right. I despise it. And I've told this story before, but there's a restaurant long gone on Marco Island in Florida. It was called O'Shea's. It was the first place that I ever waited tables at. I think I was 20 years old. And I took a term off from school, moved to Florida, and waited tables for a winter season. Smart move, great move. Should have done it every year. Should have gone to college in the summer and spent winters in Florida. Would have been a much better move. And Ray, and I can't remember Ray's last name, but he was the trainer. When you go to a restaurant and that guy's walking behind the waiter or waitress, learning. You have to do that at most every restaurant in the world. And I'm training behind Ray. And this is back when everybody in a restaurant smoked. And we take the order. He says, this is Mark. He's helping me out tonight, blah, blah, blah. We get the drink order. We take them their drinks. We come back. And Ray says, all right, the customer is always right. I'm like, yeah. He goes, no. The customer is always the enemy. And I
like that.
I think as someone who's waited tables, or if you've ever bartended, I know at least once or twice in your life, you've had that philosophy as well. 10 an item to be damned at Publix. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when, and what's on tap. That's how we finish things off.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got to ask you, number one Dell fan, what's wrong with Aldi? I'm being dead serious. I think Aldi's terrific. Now, I will say that you got to go through their produce in about 3 days, and you got to make sure what you're buying is fresh, because sometimes it leaves a little bit to be desired. It is literally, I would say, 60% of the prices of Publix. I mean, it's ridiculously cheaper. I shop at Aldi all the time, and I'm a snob when it comes to my food. But like, for instance, their cheeses, I don't go spend $1 million on Colby Jack cheese or Swiss cheese. Their cheeses are literally $1.20 cheaper for the small, the 8-ounce package. Their fake club crackers that they get are just as good as club crackers for about 50% of the price. I don't get meat there. I get my meat at Publix. So, what's wrong with, what's wrong with we get tortillas there. I get my hot dog and hamburger buns there. Tell me what's wrong with Aldi. Publix is, maybe you got a lot of money, dude, and good for you if you do. I don't begrudge anybody with cash. But Publix is ridiculously expensive. Ridiculously expensive. Deadstroke, we get our pizza snacks there. My daughter likes her frozen pizza rolls. Yeah, they are fake club crackers. I would love to do a taste test with you with club crackers and their fake club crackers, and you tell me what the difference is. But if you want to pay, $5 for Keebler crackers versus the $2.99 I pay for mine, knock yourself out. By the way, I actually think that their self-brand that they have tortilla chips are better than any bagged tortilla chips out there. They're way better than Tostitos. And Tostitos are like $6 an effing bag. I get my milk there now too. Yeah, I do get my milk there. I get sour cream there. I shop at Aldi's all the time. And if I don't go to Aldi's now, I go to damn Wally World. I hate to say it. Publix got too expensive for me. I'm not spending $40 when I could spend 30 somewhere else. Publix produce prices are ridiculous. Although I heard the new farmers market for you Southwest Floridians, there's a new farmers market in Coconut Point that I have heard great things about from two different people that I trust. One, my accountant, and two, a buddy of mine who does all of the, the wife doesn't like Costco tortillas for whatever reason, Paul. Don't ask me why. I don't eat them. It's the wife's breakfast. As long as she's happy, I'm happy. You guys all know the rules. If you're probably going to the one by me, Deadstroke. 41 in Estero. I go to... Michael, I've heard from people that they are okay. The only thing I've bought from there meat-wise, I bought a chuck roast when I was up at Moffett. I get most of my meat at Costco. But a buddy of mine says their ribs are fine because instead of Costco where you got to buy the 3 racks, you only have to get a rack of ribs.
Their steaks are fantastic. I mean, that's what I lived off in college. Seriously.
Well,
we would go buy steaks at Aldi because they have the cheap ones that, they expire.
Fantastic's a pretty strong word about steak in Aldi.
But it's cheap. So it's relative to, what what you're getting is my point.
But Empire, I'm with you. I'm totally with you, but that's a haul.
Oh,
that's a haul. I love going to the farmer's market out in Immokalee. When I used to have the casino as a client, I would make my trips out there so I could go. And Michael, look at you. You're a lawyer. You've got a lot more money than me, so you can afford to go to Mario's or to that other Italian grocery store, or you can go to Fresh Market, or hell, you probably go to Whole Foods, dude. You've got money. I don't begrudge people. If I had money, I would be buying all my stuff at Jimmy P's. I can't afford it.
I just still enjoy a steak. So the only place I can really afford a steak is Aldi. That's all.
He's not doing collards this year, Deadstro.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Heavy duty grocery conversation with the Twitch and YouTube chat room during the break. We broke down every grocery store in Florida, I think, during that break. So if you want to get a little bit more of the show, you can always listen. YouTube.com/Miller and Moulton, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. That's the way to catch the show if you want to do it a little differently and get us through the local commercial break. You still get the network breaks, but not the local ones.
And if any said grocery store wants to market with us, text Miller to 21,000.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. We start today in 1933. The PGA, Gene Saracense, who spent his last part of his life in Marco Island, won his 3rd PGA, the 6th of his 7th majors, winning when it was still match play. Roller derby, born today in 1935, when the Transcontinental Roller Derby begins at the Chicago Coliseum. The Manhattan Project commenced today in 1942 with the aim of developing the atomic bomb. Obviously, they were successful.
Kind of a big deal.
Today in 1952, 4 years before Elvis would make Hound Dog his longest-running #1 hit, the song was recorded for the very first time by R&B singer Willie Mae Big Mama Thornton. Presley's version was 11 weeks at number 1. It was mistakenly assumed to be his original. It wasn't.
Do you like that song?
Look, and I respect Elvis. I mean, you know, we all know now that all of his music was stolen. I mean, it was all black music first, and we had a white guy that sounded like a black guy, and then they could commercialize him. So when you look back upon it, I think it was just tragic how he trusted a manager who was ripping him off all those years, and it was tragic the way he died. But do I like Hound Dog? It's not my favorite Elvis song. Heartbreak Hotel would probably be my favorite Elvis song if I were to pick one, or maybe something. There's a couple later ones. The one I can't. Oh God, the one that's in Ocean's 11 is a great song too. Elvis recorded "Don't Be Cruel" today in 56. Today in 62, Bert Campaneris was playing with Daytona Beach in the Florida State League. He did something no one's ever done before and no one will ever do again. He pitched with both arms and played all 9 positions.
That's insane. Okay. If we can back way up, 6 home runs in an inning, going a full
6 home runs. Oh, that's a team. Okay. Yeah, okay.
I know, but what I'm saying is what's more impressive? 6 home runs in an inning from a team.
He pitched with both arms. He threw right and left-handed and played all 9 positions in a game.
But I was going to say embarrassingly having, the Jets situation where they don't have a pick all year.
Yeah, you're really focused on that Jets thing. No, I'll take Campy Campaneris. Bonnie and Clyde with Beatty and Dunaway was released today in 67. Leonard Skinner released their debut album, pronounced Leonard Skinner. Had Freebird, Simple Man, Tuesday's Gone, released today in 1973. Springsteen played the first of 5 sold-out shows at the Bottom Line in New York City today in 1975. It would establish him as an amazing live performer and grew his national footprint as people took notice of the boss in that 5 sold-out show set in NYC. The last broadcast of the Waltons was today in 1981. Good night, John Boy. Today in 1982, a movie that I don't know if would I say changed me, but one of the most important movies of my young life. I was too young to see it in theaters, but for whatever reason, they didn't care at theaters in my hometown because today in 1982, Fast Times at Ridgemont High opened, written by Cameron Crowe. That's where he was a writer for Rolling Stone, and he went back to high school as like a 21-year-old as an undercover student to come up with the story there. It launched a lot of careers. Phoebe Cates ended up getting married and not doing much, but Nicolas Cage, Sean Penn, Forrest Whitaker, Judge Reinhold, Eric Stoltz, Anthony Edwards, all started in that movie.
Well, I know you joke about it, but did you actually like the film? Or
love the film. I love Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Oh my God. I'll stop what I'm doing right now and watch it.
I don't blame you.
We all had a teacher like Mr. Hand. There were so many great lines, and Spicoli with the vans and oh goodness, that's a legendary coming of age movie for teenagers. And it was a I don't think you don't really fully comprehend. I mean, I guess maybe for you would be The Hangover. I'm trying to think but that wasn't really a high school movie. This was a movie about high school.
Yeah, I know. That was
a trope movies like that.
You're right. That was a trope that kind of died in the early 90s, and it just hasn't been a thing since. I mean, we had, because what we essentially wound up on was Disney Channel. You know what I mean? Those were our coming of age movies. Was Disney Channel, Nickelodeon.
I hate to break it to you. You weren't watching 2 people have sex in a dugout on Disney Channel, okay? So I think, Dazed and Confused would be the next one where we saw Matthew McConaughey as the kid out of high school. What I like about High School Girl, I keep getting older and they stay the same age.
But you get my point.
You just compared Fast Times to Disney.
Go ahead.
They're a 180 from one another.
I didn't compare them. I'm just saying, my generation moved into We watched little sitcoms that had stuff in them, and it was whatever. I'm not going to win this conversation.
We
so go
did
ahead.
too. We had shows like Happy Days. Okay. We had little sitcoms too. This was an R-rated movie that showed a girl get an abortion at the age of 15. This was stuff that didn't happen then. This
That's
was
fair.
not in movies. It was very, very different than anything that had ever come out. That's where coming of age comes from.
Yes.
The Palace of Auburn Hills opened today in 1988. Payne Stewart won the first of his 3 majors today in 89, winning the PGA at Kemper Lakes. Cypress Hill's debut album released today in 91. Mickey Mantle died today in 95. Today in 97, South Park made its debut on Comedy Central. And I haven't brought this up the whole show, and this is on me. I was going to do it earlier and then kind of got on a tangent a couple of times. But Hurricane Charlie today in 04, 22 years, guys. If you've been down here a long time, you know, we went through so many scares and never really had anything amount to much. And everything changed on August 13th. It was a Friday the 13th in 2004 when Charlie made a right turn. It was going towards Tampa, and all of a sudden, and I want to say it might have been Jim Rife on ABC7 that said, guys, I don't know what to tell you. The models are wrong. This is what's going to happen. And it did. And it hit Punta Gorda and really tore up Charlotte County, something fierce.
Quick question before we move on. I know, but I just wanted to ask you, do you like South Park or not?
Love South Park.
Okay. It's one of those things where it's like you either love it or you absolutely hate it. So just curious.
Are you a fan?
I don't really watch it, no, but
okay,
I'm fine with it.
2008, Michael Phelps wins 3 gold medals, all in world record time, all in the same day, in the 200 IM, the 200 butterfly, and the 4x200 freestyle relay. Today in 2016, Aaron Judge hit the second of back-to-back home runs when he and Tyler Austin, then Judge, went back-to-back in their first plate appearances against the Rays at Yankee Stadium.
2018, you said?
16. 2016. And in 2017, Justin Thomas wins the PGA at Quail Hollow. Hitchcock, Ben Hogan, Don Ho, Dan Fogelberg, and Johnny Hockey, Johnny Goudreau, would have all celebrated birthdays today. Goudreau would have been 33. Bobby Clark, the pride of Flin Flon, Manitoba. I'm so happy I get to say that today. Bobby Clark and his lack of teeth are 77. Golfer Betsy King, 71. David Faraday is 68. Elvis Gerbach is 56. DeMarcus Cousins, 36. And Ace Bailey is just 20 years old today.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to San Diego for the good, where Animal Services responded to a report of an animal trapped in a storm drain. They found a small dog unable to climb out of the hole. An officer climbed down into the drain and used treats to get the canine's trust before bringing her up. It turns out that the animal had been missing for 30 days. The family was doing daily searches, posting flyers, and finally, because of this, able to reunite with their missing pet. For the bad, we go to the Target store in Naples, where those damn kids doing it again. Apparently, a bunch of kids were riding their e-bikes around the parking lot at the Target, scaring shoppers, swearing at shoppers, and doing damage to the store as well, causing over $2,500 in damages. And of course, they came back for more. And that's when 12-year-old Gardner Little and 16-year-old Colin Jetsky were arrested. I'm shocked that we have the 12 and 16-year-old names back in this, but Gardner and Colin, sound like
get a hold of your kids, people. Come on,
sound like they're rich enough for mommy to buy them an e-bike, but let them do what they want. Wonder if they'll even get in trouble. Finally, the ugly, we go to Arkansas, where a football player noticed something unusual in his helmet. So he took off the helmet and brought it to a coach, and the coach looked under the helmet's padding and found a 2-foot-long venomous cottonmouth snake in his helmet.
That's insane.
They contacted Animal Services. The snake was relocated to a wooded area away from the school. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 13th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department.
So, Mark, you're telling me no harm was done to the snake?
Or the kid, thank goodness.
Yeah, right. More importantly.
CapeCops.com, CapeCops.com. Great jobs, great pay, all that kind of good stuff. You know where to go, CapeCops.com. All right, today in baseball, we've got it's not a mighty nooner, it's a mighty 1 o'clocker. The Marlins are hosting the Pirates as they try to continue their winning ways. Tigers and Guardians also a little after 1 o'clock today, the rubber match in that series. Mariners try to get one from the Yanks this afternoon, Fried on the mound for the Yankees. White Sox hosting the Red Sox in the last game of that series. Same thing with Red Sox and Jays. That one's at 3. Cubs and Nats at 4 o'clock tonight. Phillies and Twins, Rangers and Angels, and the Brew Crew now taking on the Dodgers in Los Angeles, the Rays with the day off. A bunch of preseason football games tonight. Lions and Bengals. On the NFL Network, we get Packers and Steelers. Aaron Rodgers was really hoping that game was in Green Bay, but it's in Pittsburgh. Doesn't work out for him. He said it. He said, I would have loved to have that game. He said, I would have gone to the country club, might have played 9. Saw that he wanted to see, a lot of the people that don't travel with the team that he knows in the office. He said he was bummed out that it's not there. Colts and Patriots, Chargers and Texans, Raiders hosting the Cardinals, and the Titans and 49ers. Golf is already underway. The FedEx Championship going on as their playoff begins in Memphis. That tournament started, about 40 or so minutes ago, I believe. With
there we go.
The young kid there, Koive, was the first one, played solo. He teed off first. Tommy Fleetwood off to a great start. He's 3 under through 3 holes. He's in the lead. Couple of players, including Sepp Straka at 2 under, and then a group at 1 under par as well for that tournament. So that's the first of the FedEx playoff going on as well. So there you have it with a little bit of what's going on in the sports world tonight. And what do we got? The Field of Dreams game tonight. It's Phillies and Twins, by the way. And that's on Netflix. That's your national game for baseball. Tomorrow, we'll finish up our NFC North talk. Minnesota Vikings on the docket tomorrow. We'll have Pat Kerwin, who was at Washington for camp. He's in New Orleans for camp. 2 dual practices, so we'll have about 4 teams to talk about with him. I know he talked to both Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn yesterday. I got to find out if that Jaden Daniels story broke. I caught part of the interview. I didn't hear them bring it up, but boy, oh boy, Jaden Daniels sending a cease and desist letter to LSU, telling them they cannot use his name, image, or likeness after they allowed another player to wear his number this year at LSU. Friday edition of the show tomorrow. Hell, it might even be a football Friday. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be back 6 a.m. tomorrow.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams-Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great day.